Me too. I was just looking for that. That's what I was
Yeah, I do. I don't know why. No, I'm serious.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Glenn.
You came last night. Did you? You did come
And my wife.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? I'm assuming these mics are live. If not, somebody in the room can raise their hand if they can't hear. I see some of that in the back. I see one person. Can anybody, is there a hearing? Are these mics working? Do we have any control? No, mics are not working. All right. People on the phone, we're having a technical problem. Do you know how to make these mics work? People with this one. I know. I'm usually sitting there. Yeah, so am I. You're very off.
A little more intimate this room.
Okay. Okay, so somebody thinks it's going to broadcast. Senator Brzezinski, are you on the line? I know he said he was going to be a little late. Okay, well, there's no give, so we'll talk loud up here and hope you guys in the room can hear us.
Gotta get close. Yeah, I can hear it back right now.
Okay, so I'm told that if I talk really loud and get really close, you guys can hear, which is may limit our discussion up here because we have to be close. Anyway, welcome to the second meeting of the Rules Advisory Committee on House Bill 3460. This is a committee put together to help the Oregon Health Authority develop rules to implement House Bill 3460. We've had one meeting and one draft. We now have a second draft in front of us and some reports from the subcommittees. But I think we ought to quickly go around the dais here and introduce everybody so that for those of us who have maybe been on vacation for 3 weeks like me, may have forgotten faces and names. So, Paul, why don't you start?
Paul Schmidt, retired 34 years in law enforcement and currently residing in Camden, Oregon.
Anthony Johnson, reside in Portland, Oregon, New Approach, Oregon, and National Cannabis Coalition. And I do a lot of work with medical marijuana clinics and respective medical marijuana facilities.
Scott Crabtree, Sheriff of Yamhill County, been in law enforcement for 28 years, here to represent public safety and Oregon State Sheriff's Association.
I'm Rob Bovett. I'm the District Attorney for Lincoln County. I'm here representing the Oregon District Attorneys Association.
Andy Olson, State Rep from Albany.
Jeff Sugarman.
Tom Burns with the Oregon Health Authority.
Todd Delato, I chair the Oregon Health Authority's Advisory Committee on Medical Marijuana, and I am president of CAN Research, Education and Consulting in Corvallis, where I conduct horticultural science and industry consulting. So I also consult many of the medical marijuana facilities, producers and such.
Morning, I'm John Sassaman. I'm police chief in the city of Corvallis, and I am representing the Chiefs Association for Oregon.
Noel Bullock, Cherry City Compassion, representing facility owners, growers, and patients.
Peter Beckley, State Representative, Ashland.
Amy Margolis, I do criminal defense work and marijuana consulting.
I'm Gary Schnabel, I'm Executive Director for the State Pharmacy Board.
I'm Shannon O'Fallon with the Oregon Department of Justice.
And for those of you interested, sitting over here is Pete Edlund, who is helping me put this together. So I thought we've exchanged some emails, and I just wondered whether anybody wanted to sort of comment about how the last process went. You know, we all sort of ran quickly, and if we wanted to spend 2 minutes here just sort of making sure that at least the way the meeting worked last time worked for everybody, and if not, we can just keep charging on. But I just wanted to give the committee an opportunity to jump in and say, Burns, you ruined the meeting. It wasn't right. I'd rather it this way. So this is, you know, I'm open to any suggestions or ideas that anybody may have around that. Don't hesitate to dump on me. I'm perfectly willing to do that. So if not, let's go on. When we met, we talked about putting together some subcommittees. There were 4 areas identified that were pretty detailed areas that we felt needed some experts brought in to have a conversation with. I think I know that those committees met. They've had good conversations. I've seen some of the notes that came from. Some of the notes are here. Some of those committees are ready to sort of move, add their work into the rules draft, and some are still working. I'm going to take a bit of executive privilege here because I know that Gary has to leave early, and I want to make sure that we have a conversation about the security stuff. So Gary, if you want to take that one first and talk about that. Sure. It's in your packet under the draft security rules.
I met with 2 experts in security. One was an expert in physical security, Grant Rogers. Also met with Chris Atgar, who's an expert in cybersecurity, digital systems. The 3 of us sat down for a while and looked at everything we could look at. My expertise really is more about existing security requirements around pharmacies and other drug outlets. I'm not an expert in physical security or cyber security, but I have experience in writing rules, administrative rules, and dealing with security issues in pharmacies. We also reviewed some of the existing rules from other states around marijuana facilities, and this is what we came up with. We looked at the statute and the requirements. There were several requirements in the statute that we incorporated in here, and that's how it ended up looking like it does. I guess in summary, we started out with the general security requirement. Designating that the person responsible for security is responsible for compliance with all the provisions of this section of rules, and that's sort of a structural rule writing thing. You identify that somebody is responsible for complying with the rules. We talked about prior to opening that a floor plan be provided that shows limited access areas and where the cameras are located, just giving an idea of how the facility is structured. Limited access areas, we put in a rule about specific limited access areas, required safeguards, and a specific section, number 5, if you have copies of this, number 5, looking at security during hours that the facility is not open for business, when nobody is on the premises. All entrances shall be locked, and all doors are substantially constructed, and video recordings shall be monitored. And so that's in a nutshell the general security requirement. Commercial grade, non-residential door locks, and policies and procedures. I mean, that's sort of an overview of the general requirements. We got specifically into the alarm system, that each facility will have an alarm system. Number 1 just says each facility shall have an alarm system, but you might want to add something there that prior to opening for business, there were some questions about whether things had to be in place at the time of application. And we thought that may not be reasonable to expect that all of these are in place at the time of application, but prior to opening for business, that they would have to be in place and documented for the authority. Now, the building must be continuously monitored. The security system must have a motion sensor, must be a mechanism to notify the owner if the system shuts down, and everybody seemed to think that a panic button inside the facility was pretty important for the alarm system, but somewhere located inside was an emergency or panic button. Put in some basic requirements about the surveillance system itself, the video cameras. Actually, there's one section about the surveillance system and its capability. First of all, it must have a surveillance system, must at a minimum consist of a digital or network video recorders, cameras, video monitor, and digital archiving system. That's not really a stretch. And all the surveillance equipment is available with this kind of capability. There must be a failure notification system. There must be a battery backup system. And the recordings must be stored in a secure manner. Required camera coverage. We thought that it was important to have some guidelines about what parts of the facility needed to be covered under the camera, and that they're listed there. And it was in the Colorado rules and the Washington State rules, there were comments about the quality of the recording. We didn't get into too much detail about the technical specifications for recordings or anything like that, but at least that it could record within 15 feet of all entry points to the facility. Video recording retention requirements. That's what we sort of ended up with. What do you do with these recordings after you have them? Continuously recorded 24 hours a day, kept for a minimum of 30 days. The date. Both people thought it was important to have the date and time embedded in the recording, and that's pretty common practice. It's not going to be difficult to include. Recordings must be made available upon request to the authority, to state and local law enforcement, and surveillance recordings must be erased or destroyed after the 30-day video retention schedule is lapsed. We put in 30 days. I don't know what people think about 30 days. We sort of pulled that out of the hat. I think Colorado says 40 days. I guess that time is open for debate. But we figured after that time, there's no point to keep them, and for confidentiality reasons, why not just destroy them? So that's what we ended up with.
So, thanks, Gary. I thought it might be helpful just to read the law for a minute before we open up the discussion. It only says installing a minimum security system, including a video surveillance system, alarm system, and safe. So that's what the law says. I leave it to experts. Norm, you really are the one who knows what goes on in the dispensary. Is this a reasonable proposal?
Yeah, most commercial video systems have all of these capabilities. I was thinking about one in particular that stores about 0.5 terabyte of data, which seems to be right around 30 days, and then it overrides all the old stuff. There's nothing terribly objectionable here. The idea of safe does suggest that all medicine would be stored at the facility, and some of these facilities are rather large. All wouldn't do it sometimes. And if we talk about plants being stored in the safe, I think it's a gray area that needs some clarification. But,
so you are transporting product at the end of the day? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but that's what it sure sounds like to me.
I'm aware of locations that do not store all of their medicine overnight on site. No cache or stash is a great way to keep all your windows. So safe houses in their locations aren't uncommon in the industry, but a safe suggests that that's not an option. So I just think it's something that should probably be drilled down at some point in time, but less is more.
Yeah, and there's also other methods of storage. So I think defining safe is really important, and I think expanding the definition beyond the traditional tumbler kind of safe to maybe include vault.
Or a safe room and what that would require. Exactly.
Yeah, and also allow for long-term storage of cannabis should probably be done with a freezer. So a definition of a safe should probably allow the use of freezers or walk-in refrigeration, and then short-term storage would be either refrigerated or room temperature. So the definition of safe should probably encompass those options as well.
Do we want to, I mean, again, part of this becomes sort of, are we writing something that says you must, or are we writing something that says you may? And to the extent that it remains silent, leaves the facilities the ability to set their own parameters. If we start putting words, and I'm not adverse to that, but if we start putting words in here where we say, it's a vault, then does that mean that it has to be a vault?
No, just an expansive definition that includes a lot of storage options just to make it practical.
That may be right. Maybe definition of safe would be key. The only time we mention safe in this too, it's in 5B on the first page. Must be kept in a substantially constructed lock cabinet or metal safe in a locked storage area sufficient to secure and prevent access to unauthorized people. It doesn't say on the premises. I don't know if anywhere is required on the premises. If there was another location, it still would though require substantially constructed locked cabinet or metal safe. And the statute didn't say what about the safe, it just said safe.
Shannon, do you have any comments on this?
My only, I guess, caution with regard to making any mention of storing off-site is it's not clear to me that there would be protection under the law if the marijuana is anywhere other than at the registered facility in the location where the registered facility is at.
If I may, Todd, what do you envision, and this is, Amy and I were talking about it with some of the facility owners, what do you envision as far as stored medicine? The limits, or if there are limits, but when you're talking about freezing product and long-term storage, what do you envision as a weight or amount of product you envision your facility holding?
Well, there's the law is a little, the statute's a little restrictive when we developed the rules for lab testing, the lab testing could turn out to be very expensive, and to make it cost effective, facilities are going to want to test the largest batch possible. Otherwise, if someone brings in, a grower brings in a pound at a time, it's going to be a very expensive per gram cost for lab testing. So it would be cost effective for the medical marijuana facility to accept a large quantity, and by that restriction, they're going to probably have to store a large quantity, because they're probably not going to want to test it and then return it to the grower for them to give. I don't think that's going to be possible. So,
no, I agree with you on
there's
that
going to
point.
be some small town little dispensaries that may have 10 or 15 pounds on them. There may be some Multnomah County dispensaries that may have 50, 100, a couple hundred pounds on site. So in the regulations that I've read, like Health Canada, for example, they include in their applications the value of the product that they're storing, and based upon the value of the product, as well as the location and what kind of crime risk there is in that location, those two factors determine the construction of the vault or the safe and other security measures.
Well, again, I turn to Noel. Noel, do you want us to be prescriptive? I mean, you're the ones that have to live with this.
Guidelines are good, but being too far in the weeds too often leads to unintended consequences that don't serve anyone's interest. So it maybe go into definitions, broaden it out to a safe area, get a little bit more descriptive about what that means, like commercial locks or reinforcements, somewhere between the clouds and the weeds.
Okay. And then I guess I should ask Jack and Jim, you guys are the ones that are going to have to be protecting these places and enforcing this. Do you have a reaction?
To the
to the safe as well as this whole.
It's a couple of points I'd like to make on that. Is that you're exactly right. We're the ones that are going to have to respond and investigate the robbery or whatever happens. And to me, I'm looking at this as really to protect the store owner or their employees. And this isn't I don't see this as an intrusion on the store itself. I see it more of a help us, help you, because you're the ones that are going to be the victims of a robbery or whatever, and we will have them. But guidelines are, I guess, fine, as long as those guidelines are going to be. So you're going to have people that are going to be sloppy about what they do. You have stores right now that have surveillance systems, for example, that are better than a bank. And when we respond to those, which we did a week ago, and we have a suspect now because the pixels in the camera system are so good that we have detail that, frankly, we might not even have from a bank. That's going to help us help the store owners. So anything that I think that the more we can put on the store to clear guidelines so that they can be protected, so that when we respond, because we don't want to respond and leave a victim, without a closure to the case. So from the law enforcement perspective, the tighter this thing can get, whether it's defining pixels on the camera system or locking devices or whatever, we're looking at it strictly to help you when you become a victim. We're not. There's no other consideration for us. So I would just suggest make it as possible.
Yeah, and I'd echo some of what Jack's talking about. When we respond, the things that we're looking for are evidence that we can gather and collect that's going to help identify the suspect of the crime, and then further that, when we're going to prosecute that case, how does that translate in front of a jury when we have a defendant sitting there? And the clarity of images, how we got access to those images, what was the secure storage of that so that we know it wasn't tampered with, so that when we're testifying in court, we can unequivocally say, this was the video the still image that was retrieved off of X device that is in the storage or the secured area that it couldn't have been tampered with. It was seized, it was downloaded, and went straight into the evidence, so we can secure that chain. Becomes very important. And like you mentioned before, security systems today, the digital systems today are, a terabyte, what, $150? I mean, it's chump change. And you can store, hundreds of hours of full-length movie features on those things. So it's not like there's a significant burden there. The rest of it is how you want to operate your business. How do you want your business practice to be? You can choose to have it light and loose and expose yourself. And we see businesses who do that today all the time. I would recommend against that, because you've got a product that people are going to have an interest in. This is something new. It's not an institutionalized framework across the country. And there's going to be people who are going to try to find a way to take advantage of these businesses. So those are the things that I get concerned about as a law enforcement agency that's going to be responding. And I'm going to have a victim or a business owner who's going to look at me and say, solve my crime. You're not doing enough. How are you doing it? And they're going to compare how we investigate that crime against how we investigate other crimes. And did we give it enough attention? And we're going to get in that political vortex that's not going to be comfortable. So I think at the front end, we do the best we can to frame this so that we all have success. That's the best way to approach it. That's my 2 cents.
Okay. Well, you all have, I believe, was a word editable document. If not, let me know and we'll get you one that is. Feel free to look at this, expand on it, put your comments in, and we'll bring it back.
Just one quick question. I'm just curious. We may have touched upon this. I may have missed it, but just curious as to how these security rules compare to security rules already in place for, say, pharmacies.
They're similar to the pharmacy rule. We use words like substantially constructed. I mean, we don't give minimum requirements for the type of lock or the type of safe. And pharmacies figured out what that means, I guess. And in terms of the level of detail, they're pretty similar to what we see in pharmacies.
So I think that the experience from other states is that crime rate does not go up because of medical marijuana facilities. They actually improve the neighborhood a lot of times by revitalizing areas that have been run down, and they're actually less, robbed less than, say, banks are, and that pharmacies is a kind of comparable security that seems to be makes sense. And like Todd said, we're likely to have a wide range of types of facilities, from the mom and pop shop to the bigger, city shops. And I want to stress that I think that we should definitely have flexibility for the different types of locations.
One difference is that we don't require surveillance system in the pharmacy. Most of them have them, but it's not a requirement under the law. This, we dealt with that because it's in the statute. We had to put it in.
I think, too, comparing the pharmacies with the new industry as it comes online, the pharmacy has an established coalition, membership and standards. They're kind of self-regulated a lot of times, especially with the big pharmacies and so forth. And so they kind of set their own standards, and a lot of them will take that as a baseline to work upon, and then actually go above that just to show their due diligence to public safety and to their employees and to the operations. This being a brand new industry and just coming online, it'd be very helpful too for the industry to kind of, I'm not saying like the movies self-regulate, but come up with some general standards which the facilities themselves can agree upon, and then at least you can look at your facility to see where it stands against other facilities and so forth. And instead of being imposed regulations in writing, it's kind of self-imposed regulations by yourselves. This is an idea.
There's also, for pharmacies, an additional set of regulations from the federal requirements. And so they have a set of state regs and a set of federal regs. And the federal regs for controlled substances tend to be a little tighter.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on the alarm system concept, because in my jurisdiction I run a 911 center, and so when we think of alarms, and as I was reading the draft bullet points for the alarm systems there, commercial alarm systems, Sonatrol, Federal Alarm, whatever the company is who runs those things, they install that and then they sort of house their own initial call-in center. We get people who think that alarm systems ring directly into a 911 center, and they don't at all. But having that type of a system at least does follow the marketplace, if you will, and the industry, if you will, so that if there is something occurring in off hours, when those alarms are set, there is a consistent notification that is something that everybody in the world is used to, that translates into a 911 center, and then we can get officers dispatched there. So when I think of an alarm activating, it really needs to go to, in my opinion, a commercial center, so they can do it versus a nebulous location. So that was the only thing that I'd comment on.
If I could just briefly kind of echo what you heard from a prosecutor's perspective, I think it's vital that we have these facilities operate on the security level, much like pharmacies. And I say that because they're targets. I mean, they will be targets for cash and for medicine. And so I think if we use these and we establish these types of security rules for these facilities, we're going to not see many burglaries of these facilities. We see very few burglaries of pharmacies because they're hardened targets. I mean, they just are, and that's what these things need to be. We do, however, unfortunately, see armed robberies of pharmacies occasionally, and that's because they are targets. But the beautiful thing about that is, in my county and many other counties, we sent a strong message about armed robberies of pharmacies. They have great videos. We catch the people, we prosecute them, and we send them to prison. And so I think in order for us to send that same message, I think we really have to get our mind wrapped around these facilities really need to look, smell, and taste like pharmacies. And I think we will get a tremendous prevention effect, and see what was mentioned before, which is we'll see virtually no burglaries and very few armed robberies if we do it right.
Well, few comments back in, and if I could, if you could get comments back to us within the next couple of weeks, because we'll need to process it through and start adding it, and dropping it in, let Shannon review it, and bring it back to you for final decisions at the next meeting. Okay, thanks, Gary. Next subject is local government. I'm now going back to the order of the agenda. They did meet. There was a great deal of discussion, and then there were some random message garblers that sort of came into the middle of this discussion right as they were working on it. I'm looking at Representative Buckley because he happens to have a city that sort of decided to throw down the gauntlet. What I do know from the subcommittee is that there is, they want to do more work. They were not ready to come up with something, and they could not be here, the people who wanted to do this. They recognize that definitions need to be written, but we need to clearly identify where the facilities can be located, that it needs to be very clear so that there's no question involved of whether this is agricultural land or commercial land or mixed-use land, and those types of decisions, because those are all local government issues. The rest of it is still up in the air, and they're working on that. And then Representative Buckley, I don't know whether you want to share anything about what is or isn't actually happening in Medford. If you have any insight that you can help us better understand what's going on.
The Medford City Council in September passed an ordinance simply saying that business licenses could only be distributed to entities that were in compliance with federal, state, and local law. In doing so, their intent, at least their express intent, was to make sure dispensaries could not be located or not receive business licenses in Medford. And I did check with Legislative Council, and I've asked Legislative Council to provide an opinion that I can share with this committee and the public sometime in the next couple of weeks. They should be able to get an official opinion. But just as an informal response, Legislative Council does believe that under Section 2, Part 5 of House Bill 3460 gives the Oregon Health Authority the authority to register a dispensary and allow for the operation of a dispensary. and in doing so would not allow for a city to preempt that. In addition, Senate Bill 863 passed in the special session does put regulation of seed and seed byproducts at the state level. And that is also something that the Legislative Council will provide an opinion on. Again, my hope is that the City of Medford and other cities will actually watch this rulemaking process and see the result of the rulemaking process and see the sort of facilities we're discussing here, that they hopefully will be more like pharmacies and anything else, and the fear level will go down. But that issue does still remain over on the business license part of this, and I hope to get some clarification of that soon.
Thanks. I think one of the struggles that the health authority has is that this law is in health law, not in land use law. And land use is something that is really a local government purview. And we're not quite sure what authority we have. And so we've asked Shannon similar questions to sort of start the dialogue to help us. Again, the law says that from our perspective, when we're approving one of these, we must know that it is located in a commercial, industrial, or mixed use or agricultural land and may not be located at the same address as the grow site. So we may be issuing licenses and ducking the issue of whether it's a local government fight or not. But that's something down the road. So we will have a much more in-depth discussion with local government people in the room at the next meeting and have to come to a resolution to this if we possibly can. So anybody else want to have any other dialogue about this or comments?
I guess Representative Buckley touched on it, but I might ask Shannon, what was it your legislative council that talked about the Senate bill regulating seeds? Have you looked into that Senate bill regarding taking away local regulation of seed products?
No, I haven't.
Would you do that? I think that could be very significant for the local government.
We'll have discussions with her about sort of figuring out how to come back. We hate to have lawyers fighting each other, so it's nice to rely on one lawyer and we'll have conversations.
I think it's entertaining. But I think to get to your question, I think that it sounds like Legislative Council is going to address those issues, and we can all scrutinize the LC opinion when it comes out and touch on all of those things. So I mean, Shannon, do what you want, but I haven't seen any reason to have her spend a whole lot of time on that when Legislative Council is already working on it.
Oh, I thought you said legal counsel. No. Okay, so you said legislative counsel.
Yeah, people at the other end of this hallway.
Yeah, right. That end of the hallway. The lawyers for the legislature. How about we do?
Yeah, yes, got it.
Do we have an estimate on the response from Legislative Council?
The answer is as soon as possible.
Okay, well, it is still very much an open issue. Like I said, as we look at this, we're going to have to come up with something to define the terms, and much beyond that may or may not be in our purview. So we'll see where that leads. Transfer. This is the issue of what is the process by which the product is transferred from the patient to the dispensary, and then what tracking inside the dispensary must occur in order to be able to ascertain that there is no product going out the back door. And so, Amy, you were working on some of this stuff. Do you have any help for us?
I think the easiest answer is that we also could use some more time to talk about what this looks like. I will give kind of a brief summary of where we wound up. As I see it, Section 2(6)A is what kind of governs at least the transfer from grower to facility, and it reads, a registered medical marijuana facility may receive usable marijuana or immature marijuana plants only from a registry identification card holder, primary caregiver, or person responsible for a grow site if the registered medical marijuana facility obtains authorization on a form prescribed by the authority by rule and signed by a registry identification card holder to receive the usable marijuana or immature marijuana plants. And I think we had sort of a disagreement within the process of sort of two different perspectives on how that would work. When we were having our discussion, we received form, a potential form of what somebody might fill out after that meeting. And I think the ways that it divided up were two different. I think some of us had a perspective that the patient should essentially release their property interest in marijuana, in the marijuana that was grown for them, to a dispensary. I think the alternative suggestion is what the form we were forwarded, which was, and I haven't forwarded on because I think that a number of us thought it was a good first shot, but maybe not what we were looking for. And that includes the facility name, license number, address, phone number, email, cardholder name, number, phone number, email, caregiver, grower name, card, phone number, email, product type, maximum amount of usable marijuana to be transferred, process form of product, maximum number of plants, payment rate, and date of transfer, and then those things would be signed. And I think a number of us had some concerns, at least I can speak for myself, about does that require the patient to come into the dispensary or facility every time a transfer occurs? If not, how does that that signature happen, because it sounds like it has to happen for each exchange. So we have a lot, from my perspective, a lot more work to be done. I think that the hope is that we can simplify this process so it doesn't require a patient to go into a dispensary every single time a transfer needs to happen, and that the patient, I mean, from the form we received, I think my concern was a patient dictating the payment rate, justifying the reimbursement amount. So we had some issues. So I think that's the easiest place to leave it. I think it requires at least one, if not two more sit-downs to kind of figure out what this actually looks like. I mean, my hope is we wind up with something simple and easy that doesn't place a burden on the patient every time a transfer needs to happen. So that's my hope. I don't have too much more to report, but I do think that at least for that component, that was where we sort of focused, was on grower to facility and not facility to patient. So we need more time as well, I think.
I was with you up until your very last statement, not need more time, but I guess what I thought this was I am a patient and you are my grower, and I want Jeff to be my I want to authorize the transfer of product to Jeff. So you say, I've harvested your plants, Tom, I've got 5 pounds of it. I say, okay, I fill the form out and the product is now transferred to Jeff. But the patient is controlling that. Did I hear you say that you think the grower ought to be? I mean, I guess that's where I don't.
I recognize that how the statute is written, which is why I read the statute itself out loud. I don't think there's any change in sort of who controls the medicine. I think that where the change needs to happen is that to not make the facility system become, like I said, a burden on the patient. It should be help provide access to patients who can't otherwise get access. I don't think it should be something where if you agree or need somebody to be your grower, for you then to take on the load of going into a dispensary every time a transfer wants to happen, or transfer needs to happen from your grower caregiver to the dispensary. So that's my overriding concern in this process, is how to make that happen. And additionally, there are some things I don't think, from my perspective, which is not speaking for the transfer group, I'm not sure that I think that the patient should be determining what kind of reimbursement happens, but that's a separate issue.
Shannon, you want to comment?
Yeah, so I didn't take a very close look at the draft form, but that's not the intent of the rule. The intent of the rule as it's written would be that there's an authorization that would permit sort of ongoing transfers for as long as that authorization is in place. The form could be mailed into the dispensary. It wouldn't require anyone to go in person particularly. So anyway, I mean, that was my vision.
So,
and I can say to the legislative intent, I think Amy's approach is the approach that we're taking. We want this to be user-friendly for the patient. Right. And safe access is the key to everything. And safe access being something the patient can be part of that process without being an undue burden on.
And I think where I got that from is that in page 13 of 16, section, I don't know, section 6, excuse me, sorry. It said, it kind of makes a refer back, where it says on the top, section 6, A and B, refer that it has a valid authority to transfer form on file that authorizes the individual and verify the identity of the individual, his cardholder status, by taking the steps identified at section 5A to C of this rule. And so I referred back on page 12 to 5C, where it says verify the person requesting usable marijuana or an immature plant is a patient or designated by looking at the individual's card or by reviewing the proof that an application has been submitted. So that's where I think maybe I had that kind of cognitive disconnect is within the body of the rules, where it requires when you make that transfer that you verify that information to be accurate. And I'm not sure how you verify that information to be accurate unless either you know the patient or have a relationship with that patient, or you actually are able to compare the identification somehow for each of those transfers. So anyway, that's where I got that, was from reading that and referring back to it.
Yeah, and again, the rule, what I meant it to say was that whoever is authorized to to transfer the marijuana, whether it's the patient or the grower, because it could be either one, that the facility is checking their identification of the person that's bringing it in. So if it's the grower, you're checking to see that, yes, this is the grower, and the grower has the card, and that's what,
So, and I think that makes absolutely perfect sense. And then the question is, of course, how to verify the transfer authority. And I think that's something else we need to figure out. So we have a lot of work to do.
Okay. And you'll do it in the next 2 weeks.
And we'll do it all in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I just thought I'd point out one aspect that I hadn't heard brought up yet. And this kind of comes from like an agricultural perspective. Providing the ability for the authorization to be not, when it's harvested, but before the grower starts growing, because I think having the expectation of being able to be reimbursed for expenses and being paid for it at the end is important to what the grower does. Because if the patient gives a verbal authorization at the beginning, a grower puts his heart and soul and expenses into a crop over several months, and then the patient decides to either say I'm not going to sign the authorization or revoke it or something, I think that would be kind of a devastating loss for the grower. So allowing some sort of binding authorization signed at the beginning of a grow cycle, I think would be in good interests of everybody.
Tom?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my hands around this a little bit. Okay, Amy, I get where you're going from the grower to the site, to the dispensary. But then we got a problem, and I don't know if you're going to address this, what happens at the dispensary level out then to the patient? Because, okay, so Todd, I heard you describe, possibly the smaller communities might have no more than maybe 10 pounds available to them. The metropolitan areas might be up in the neighborhood of 100 to 200 pounds available. But what happens for the individual who is in the dispensary, who's in control of that environment? You have just a slug full of people come in and they request 1.5 pounds.
I think.
And I mean, what do you do with that then? Because I would think that there's got to be some means of, at the dispensary level, of trying to control that a little bit. I mean, because you're going to have yourself a mess.
I think that that's an interesting question, and that was sort of the part two where I think maybe I lost Tom, which was we didn't really even get to what happens from the facility to the patient. I think from a market perspective, that is unlikely to happen because your cheapest route to buying a pound of marijuana isn't probably to go to a dispensary, because that's just from the market perspective. So I don't think most people are going to go and say I want to buy 5 pounds from my dispensary. They're going to go to their gray market or black market marijuana dealer buy 10 pounds and do whatever they're going to do with it. So I think that's less likely to happen, but I think it's a really interesting question, and we didn't even get close to touching that during the meeting that we had, but I do think it's something that needs to be.
I understand what you said, and you used the term less likely to happen,
Yeah.
but the potential exists for it to happen the way the law is written.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
But if I may, at least I'm looking at it, that once the product is in the dispensary can, the dispensary is going to have to record where whose operation of that product goes. And it'll be the responsibility as the agency that is governing this to go out and do audits to say, okay, you brought in a pound of marijuana and you put out 15 ounces. Where'd the other ounce go? It's not on your shelves. Did it go out the back door, or was it lost in the normal evaporation and dust and whatever it is that occurred? And we're going to have to come up with some percentage, I fear, about what would be an acceptable disappearance of product. And that makes me very nervous to come up with what that number is.
Well, you're just talking about accountability is all you're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, right.
You know, I get that, but I'm still saying though, Tom, I mean, what's to stop somebody to come in to the dispensary and say, I'd like my pound and a half? So Todd?
Yeah, I think, Andy, what you're suggesting is that if people are allowed to buy large quantities, that they'll be using a retail facility as a wholesale distribution.
Exactly.
But to be quite honest, I don't think a medical marijuana facility would be able to compete with drug dealers who don't have to do lab testing, who don't have to pay a $4,000 fee. I think Amy's absolutely right. There's just no way that a facility would be able to beat the price of a drug dealer. So I think the market will take care of that one.
So my question is, and maybe this bleeds over into the next thing, Tom, but my question of the transfer is a combination of both. So we were having a side conversation earlier about, so you have a BABS test bad. What happens then?
Well, actually, that is a testing conversation.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say, visiting some of the medical marijuana facilities out there in quote operation now, to Andy's question right there, as they said, they've set their own limits per se, and I hate to say it's self-regulated, to where a lot of the facilities themselves will not sell to a patient more than an ounce at a time or 2 ounces, just for that exact reason right there, that a normal patient that comes in and you deal with them on a weekly basis or a longer, maybe bi-weekly or twice a month, if they're coming in buying 1.5 pounds each time, you as a reasonable medical marijuana facility operator would assume that all that medicine is not being consumed by that particular patient, which adheres again to your own set standards of, if we have a facility and set our limit at a 1 ounce per sale to patient per week, or whatever your standards are going to be, that again addresses the problems and concerns of the public safety and public interest in this, where you don't have people now using your facility as a distribution hub to come in on Friday evenings, get 1.5 pounds, and then come back next Thursday evening, get 1.5 pounds, and continue that process. It's obvious what's going on.
So
You understand where Paul, you hit it on the head.
Yeah. So let me ask Shannon: does the law allow us to put in rule a maximum sales? And you may want to think about that question, but and that's really what you're asking.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Because, Tom, in the pharmacy setting, it is somewhat self-regulating because you have a doctor that prescribes the quantity, and if the doctor prescribes 10,000 hydrocodone pills, one pharmacist probably isn't going to fill it because he has a corresponding duty. But let's just say the pharmacist does or whatever. I mean, somebody's getting sued.
Right.
I mean, and so it is this, but we don't have doctors issuing prescriptions for marijuana with quantity. Right? Just issue recommendations, and then the sky's the limit. So I think you really ought to look at whether or not we really can and should be dealing with this issue.
Do you have any advice or want to hold on it?
I mean, the law is really silent. I mean, it allows patients to have, a certain amount of marijuana sort of at any given time. So, I mean, I think that we could say something about facilities being able to control what they transfer, that they're not required to transfer as much to a patient or caregiver as maybe the patient wants, if they want to be more conservative.
Noel, do you want to comment as
Well, you're speaking to diversion, and
Right.
whether or not you're giving out too much, we're aware of customers that only show up once a quarter and they'll get 2 or maybe 3 ounces. That's the most I've ever been aware of anybody procuring at any one time. It's not quarters of pounds or pounds. It's the analysis that this isn't the market for that's pretty accurate. There's also the diversion policy, just to touch back on what we were talking about before, of the patient giving the grower permission to participate in a program of exchange and reimbursement, that we're aware of growers diverting the medicine to the facilities for sale and not giving it to the patients. So it's in the facility's best interest to allow that patient to fire that grower if that kind of diversion is going on. But setting arbitrary limits like an ounce a month could really hurt people that only come into town once or twice a year, travel great distances. I'd just be cautious.
How many
Policies
people
need to
would
be
you
in
say
place
fall
to-
into that? Though? How many people, Noel, would you really say match that scenario you just gave?
10%. Maybe
10%?
10% that are very infrequent but large purchasers. But some of those 10% are very sick people, and I hate to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
No, and understand, listen to your concern about it. I can understand that. Again, setting the limits by your medical marijuana facility, it's like doing your due diligence, being a doctor. If you know your patients and you're interactive with your patients, and you see a patient come in once every 3 months, it would only make sense that a scenario of a pound and a half purchase or whatever. Again, if you have that same patient coming in once a week, again, doing your own due diligence and not turning a blind eye.
I was just curious, since there's no linked databases from store to store, a patient can go to any facility, right? So if you put a limit, say an ounce or 2 to a patient, they just, and if they want more, they probably go to another store and buy another ounce or 2. So
Smurf. Yeah.
So really without any, and I'm assuming pharmacies probably have some sort of database to track that stuff, so.
Well, that's a whole other can of worms.
Another
Let's
can
not
of
go there.
worms.
That's another big project for Tom.
Within a chain, they can go to different chains.
Yeah, it's just a thought, limiting.
It really seems to me this issue will be self-regulated for the most part. If you look at the record keeping that facilities are gonna have to do, they know it's gonna raise red flags if somebody's coming in and buying a pound and a half every week. And like I said, the price is gonna be too high. And then it seemed to me that if we're gonna limit transactions below what's a legal transfer under the Medical Marijuana Act, that's gonna take a statutory change outside of our purview.
Okay, well, Amy, you got some work cut out for you.
Yes.
Okay, good.
We'll keep going.
All right, testing. Very interesting conversation. This was the one and only subcommittee that I was part of. And there's 3 little words here: mold, mildew, and pesticide. And we've got to figure out what to do about that, both on the product itself and on the immature plants that are potentially being transferred. So, Todd, can you bring us up to speed what happened there?
Well, the lab testing subcommittee met for the first time this past Monday. I think the committee is comprised of highly qualified individuals. We all have a scientific background. Included is Mike Steels from the Oregon Health Authority's Public Health Lab, Ted Bunch from the Oregon Department of Agriculture. He specializes in pesticides. Shannon O'Fallon was involved, was on the call. And of course Tom Burns, and a couple of horticultural experts, including myself. We didn't come up with any draft language because the testing of pesticides and molds is a very complicated issue, mostly complicated by the fact that nowhere exists any standards regarding acceptable limits of pesticide or mold contamination for inhaled combustible products. There are some standards around inhaled products, but those are asthma inhalers and pharmaceutical type stuff. There are some standards around edible products and herbal medicines, but herbal medicines are typically not inhaled or combusted. So that is probably one of our biggest challenges in drafting. So we're all kind of going back and doing our homework. We're coming up with a list of pesticides and allowable limits based on different standards. We're looking, and to complicate things even further, there aren't any registered pesticides for cannabis at all in Oregon. So, and commercial growers are required to use only registered pesticides on their crops, but we're not dealing with commercial growers because this bill doesn't license or regulate growers. And to complicate that even further, there is such a wide range of growing techniques, anything from, and people are using all kinds of fertilizers and pesticides. And the word pesticide, of course, encompasses fungicides, herbicides, and such, all of the asides except for homicide and suicide. And it seems like, since this is a complicated matter, we seem to be going in the direction of promulgating rules, possibly in 2 stages. Our goals here are to provide the minimum standards that will improve significantly the quality assurances that we have now, which is mostly voluntary, while meeting our March 1st deadline and also being reasonable. I think we're very conscious of, I think we all seem to be very conscious of where we need to be as far as not under-regulating. We don't want to under-regulate because that compromises the safety of, the health safety of patients. We don't want to over-regulate because that would be too cumbersome and expensive, and we wouldn't be able to compete with drug dealers if it's too expensive and unreasonable. And perhaps we may go a future rulemaking session, either driven by the need to come up with more, to review more conclusive research, or by the fact that legislation might require us to do so. Also, the House Bill 3460 regulates only the medical marijuana facilities. It doesn't regulate labs, it doesn't regulate growers or processors. So we could only regulate what the medical marijuana facility does. So we can't say that that labs have to be accredited or certified by a certain agency, but we can say that medical marijuana facilities may only accept medicine that's been tested by a facility that meets such standards. Currently, there isn't any certifying agency in Oregon to certify cannabis crops. There would need to be a legislative change in order to allow the Oregon Department of Agriculture, would probably be the most likely agency to do so. So that would require a legislative change, and I kind of see that as the future of regulating labs and producers and such. Of course, an ounce of prevention leads to a pound of cure. So I think grower quality assurances is the best prevention. But of course, we can't regulate the growers. But because we're dealing with a supply system of growers who aren't, maybe some are professional growers, but most aren't. Very few I would expect have a pesticide applicator's license. And as I said, there's a huge variety of crazy whacked out growing techniques. Just go on YouTube and you'll be surprised at the things people are doing. Anyway, so we're looking at different standards that are being developed in other parts of the world. Holland and other European countries, Health Canada is moving in that direction, but still hasn't gotten there yet. There are two American, there's the American Herbal Products Association, which just recently released their guidelines. It's sort of in a draft form that's meant to be used as a boilerplate for public policy, for administrative rules or statutes. But it doesn't go into the specifics of acceptable limits of certain types of pesticide residues and such. It's more of a regulatory draft that we're kind of looking at. And we're also anxiously awaiting the American Pharmacopoeia's QA monograph for cannabis. And they've been working on this for a while. And what that is, it's a highly technical reference document that explains a lot of botanical and horticultural aspects of the plant, as well as medicinal applications, processing, and it's expected to also include acceptable limits for pesticides and molds, as well as analytical techniques that are acceptable. The monograph was due out in July, but it's being pushed ahead. A lot of it's being driven by the Washington State's Liquor Control Board's rules. So it's being pushed. I believe they're expecting it in November or December. So that's going to be a very valuable document. It probably won't come in time for these purposes, but it might help us in the future. And Rashawn also put a lot of time into a draft that asks a lot of questions and comes up with some suggestions. We're looking at that. So basically, we're all going back and doing our homework. We only have a few weeks to come up with something. But I think we're a pretty highly qualified bunch of people that are doing a good job here. We're also looking into guidelines for labeling. We're looking at the National Institute Standards and Technology Consumer Packaging Guide, as well as Federal Trade Commission's Truth in Advertising laws. We have some topics to discuss in the future, such as the testing of starts and seedlings. We just began that conversation, touched on it. That's going to be very complicated because if you interpret the statute to mean you have to test every single start or seedling before you sell it, well, starts and seedlings don't have enough vegetative material in order to test. So you'd have to destroy the whole start or seedling if you have any chance of knowing whether it had pesticides. And also it complicates matters as well because I kind of recommend using pesticides, not highly toxic pesticides, but using some sort of pesticide on a starter seedling when you distribute it to a client. In all of the dispensaries that I visited who sell starts and seedlings, none of them have demonstrated adequate quarantine or nursery type standards. So basically, they're just selling people spider mite bombs to bring back to their gardens, and that's quite often what is the source of a lot of people's contamination. So testing of starting and seedlings, I don't think that should have been in the statute, but I understand the intent of putting that in, but the practicality, I think, we're looking at something very, very expensive, potentially, if we over-regulate. And personally, I don't feel we're at least when we move to licensed producers in the future, I don't think we're going to find the need to test every every batch, but probably a more reasonable way to go would be having a third-party certification that involves lab testing as an auditing or complaint-driven or a routine random sampling of lab testing. I don't suspect testing every batch will be necessary. Also looking at at health statistics, the negative incidences of a patient suffering ill health consequences from pesticide or mold contamination is incredibly low, particularly around molds. The most dangerous molds are a result of gross mishandling of the product. And I never see an aspergillus or a dangerous mold like that in any product unless it was grossly mishandled. The typical molds we get are like Botrytis cincera, which causes irritation and can cause serious health effects to seriously ill people with compromised immune systems. But it may not have any effect on someone who doesn't have respiratory issues or compromised immune systems. And then there's mildew, there's powdery white mildew, which there haven't been any negative health effects found because of that. So we have a lot of different pesticides that have very different levels of hazards. We have a lot of different molds and mildews that have various levels of hazards. So very complicated issue. We're going to go back and do our homework, and hopefully we'll have something in draft form by the next meeting.
Thanks. I do want to caution the committee as we think about this and look at what Todd and his group brings back. We need to make sure that we are looking at this from a patient-first point of view and protecting the patient. And that's one of the charges the governor gave us is to protect the patient. So this is what this is all about. There was a great deal of discussion about the test results are only as good as the person who does the test results. And as much as I would like to figure out how to validate the labs, I don't think that's in front of us today for two reasons. One, I'm not sure we can do it, and two is I don't think the law allows us to do it at this point. So we do need to recognize that what we're going to have is sort of a stopgap for now. We are in a time crunch. The Department of Agriculture said you have a whole host of areas that you can look at here. Everything from the standards for fruits and vegetables to the standards for tobacco, and they are radically different standards. I always thought tobacco would be the best example, but tobacco has no pesticide standards. Think about that. You may not smoke. But it is a real tough problem, and this may be a stopgap in order to get something in place so we can operate on March 1st, and then people and the industry are going to have to come together with something that will allow us to make this work. Does anybody want to add any other comments about testing?
Yeah. And I had my same question, which was
that's right.
from the transfer. So what happens when we get a batch of tests? What happens? Because I know in the CSA pharmacy universe, when we have drugs that are adulterated or bad, we destroy them because that's the safe thing to do. But I guess my question is, what happens?
That is a very good question, and we just barely touched upon it, but didn't go into it in depth. But the issues involved there are, well, first we need to determine what is bad. What is the standard for rejecting it? And the standard for rejecting it, it still may be in a usable quality for some patients. But we also have the problem of, okay, if we give this back to the patient or the grower as the statute says, what prevents that person from going to dispensary to dispensary trying to get somebody to accept that product? And of course that increases the cost since the facility is probably going to be the one who's going to be paying for the testing. That can be problematic as well.
Rob, would you advocate that it be destroyed?
Well, I think that's the right answer.
Well, I do
Whatever-
too, but unfortunately, that's not what the law says.
I understand. I
Okay.
just point that out because that's another thing we need to fix in 3460, and my list is getting longer.
Again, Shannon, it's very specific, it's gotta go back to the patient.
See, I want to,
Must be returned to the registry identification card holder, primary caregiver, or registered grower.
Which is,
yeah.
I mean, well, anyway, I'll leave it alone. I think that speaks for itself.
Andy, did you want to-
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, so Todd, appreciate the work you've been doing on this and everything, but one area that we still need to deal with the testing piece of it, or something along the line, was the concentrates or hash. I mean, what do you do with that? And I know, Shannon, you probably will say that that's outside the scope of what the law says right now for us to do. But again, you know, are we wanting to invite people to cook this stuff? You know,
Well,
and
concentrate, yes.
potentially blow up? I mean, that's not what you want. That's not what we want. So, I mean, that's another issue that we're going to have to really deal with.
I don't know whether we talked about it in the committee, but I did raise that issue with the Department of Agriculture. As they think about something, to also look at at solvents. That's what butane is, I guess. It's not on the pesticide list, so it's something else. And to see if they can give us some advice and help about what we might be able to do to say this reduced Rick Simpson oil, for lack of a better term, has the following chemicals in it, and you ought to be aware of it.
Yeah, well, I appreciate because I've had discussion with a number of folks that are advocates for this, and they're interested in seeing some type of a design that involves a certified lab to be involved in that. So I appreciate that.
I would love to do that, and I think that's something that we definitely should put on our list for future work. You know, we run the labs for the state, the health authority does, and our lab person says there is no standards out there for these facilities. Now, some of the facilities have established their own standards, and there are things. I mean, there's certain EPA standards and tests, and there's certain machines. But again, there's nothing that the state is doing to license or govern those, and that's something that we probably have to look at down the road. Because I agree with you. The results are only as good as the person that does that test.
And there's also one other area, and thanks for bringing that up too, is edible products. Currently, the Oregon Department of Agriculture Food Safety Division is responsible for licensing food producers. And as Shannon pointed out at the meeting, they may not license cannabis food producers because they consider it an adulterated product, and that's outside of their purview. So at this point, I mean, this is another thing to add to our list for future legislative changes, is allowing the ability of the ODA or somebody to certify food producers. So, I mean, it's good that the food products will be tested for pesticides, but still there's nothing allowing them to come in from licensed kitchens, licensed production facilities. And also, we all agreed that potency testing is important, but it's not required by statute. So that's another thing for a legislative fix, perhaps, if we go that way.
Well, I'm just thinking maybe that's what we should spend February on about. Don't do anything else. I'm just joking.
That's outside the purview of my job.
I'm just joking.
Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break here? We're going to have a discussion about fees, and then, because we do need to keep plodding along, probably spend about an hour going line by line, word by word of the draft, so we'll start putting things aside, making sure we've got those. And I figure we'll work until about 11:30 or quarter to 12, and then have public comments at that point, and try and be out of here soon after. Unless you want to work longer, I think all day. Dinner at 7, but I'm good with that.
But you don't want to create a situation
One of the charges of this committee is to establish the fees associated with the licensing process. And when this bill was moving through the legislative process, we as an agency were asked what we thought it would take to run this program. And we came up with a number. It was a number that was based on our best estimate of the type of individual that would be needed to run this program, as well as the amount of workload that was necessary to do that. That number, that led to a decision inside the agency that we would need a total of 4 staff, 2 compliance specialists, 3s. We actually do a lot of licensing currently, and so we went to our licensing agency and said, you know, we recognize that medical marijuana dispensaries are nothing like anything else you're currently doing, but if you were going to run this, how much do you need? And we came up with 2 compliance specialists and to actually do the audits, the site visits, the compliance visits for the physical site of the dispensaries, as well as 2 administrative staff to process the paper, to accept the application, make sure the application is completed, to do the background checks, and to issue the formal license back and do all that. So it was a total of 4 staff. When you run these things through numbers that I don't understand, it came up to $803,276. In the normal legislative process, that number goes to our legislative fiscal office and is folded into the agency's budget through that process. For reasons that are lost on me and on people I have talked to, that number ended up in law. So that is the number. We have to raise that number, and that's the maximum we can raise and the maximum we can spend, and that's where we are headed for this. So we need to come up with a fee structure that raises the $803,726, which if you look at it on an annual basis is $401,000. Since these licenses are going to be renewed annually, or at least that's where we are currently, we need to come up with an annual fee for what we should charge the dispensaries. As we talk with our current licensing agency, they strongly recommend to us that we split the fee, that there be a fee for essentially submitting the application, the administrative cost of that, and then an additional fee for the compliance side. Those 2 fees are something that will allow us to say, okay, we've got your application, we have looked at your application, but for whatever reason we have to reject the application. It protects the agency so that we can cover our costs for that review. If we produce the application, if we say yes, you are licensed, the second fee might kick in. I guess what I'm asking the committee, and I'm really turning to the advocates around the room, because obviously the solution here is how many dispensaries are going to want to be licensed, and we'll come up with a number and we'll divide that number into the $401,000, and that will become the annual licensing fee. So I don't know, I have no idea. When the bill was moving through, the thought was there were might be 200 of these in the state. But again, I was not part of this process. I don't know what went into what that number was. But we do, as a committee, need to come up with a number. Now, we also need to come up with that number at this meeting, because there is a special separate process from the rules that requires fees to go through an administrative review by DAS, and that review process is a separate track and requires that track to go on a slightly accelerated system from what the rules are going to be. So we're going to have to come up with some sort of decision around here on what we think these fees ought to be. So I throw it open. open to any suggestions or ideas of how to come up with this number. Amy?
I don't have a suggestion, but I do have a chart. The Marijuana Policy Project put together a chart that goes through Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington, D.C., and lays out each of the fees, right, licensing fees. I'm happy to email this to the group. I have no idea how this would work for us in Oregon, but just so everyone knows, it's spread from like Vermont has a $2,500 application fee and then a $20,000 or $30,000 annual fee. But a number of states have that. I'm not suggesting that anybody in the audience, but there's a huge span. But I thought maybe this chart might be helpful, and I could email it out. I know everyone doesn't have their computer, but it looks like it was put together pretty recently because it says Oregon fees will be determined by health authority rule. So my guess is it was put together pretty recently.
From those states there, is there any data that says how many employees, whoever the authority is in those states, that were employed to actually administer the program?
It does not say that anywhere in this chart.
Ken, John, just speaking from experience from Colorado, the original project there was to have 55 full-time employees, both administrative, compliance, and investigative services doing the backgrounds in that. And after 18 months, they were almost up to 50 employees full-time, and they went broke on a $10 million budget. That's where the fee structures, even though it sounds ridiculous and your heads twist with the fee schedules over there of $20,000, $30,000 per license. When you look at the cost of any state employee, county employee, city, municipality, or federal employee, you got to remember it's not only their salaries, it's their pensions, it's their benefits, retirement. It's a huge expense. The expense is in the employees. So even with these 4 employees, as Mr. Burns said, coming up with $803,726, which sounds crazy. How much are you paying these people? It's not how much you're paying them, but it's that huge benefit package, retirement package, and everything that goes along with it. One idea that was floated and came out to it, and I haven't had time really to talk to anyone in the committee here, is a lot of contract employees. When you go with contract employees, you get away from all the retirement, the benefits, the vacations, sick leave, and so forth, and it really cuts down on the overall expense of an employee year after year after year. But then you attract an employee that's looking for a higher hour salary or monthly salary to compensate for that. But with a contract employee, which Colorado was talking about, and we're trying to go that direction, with a yearly or 2-year contract, if the employee's not working out either for the agency or for the facilities or the industry itself, and that it was easier to work as with a contractor to do away with it than it was a full-time established employee. But I see everybody's head go flying with the 20 or 30. Colorado originally started out with $17,500 for a level 1 facility. They're a medical marijuana center here, a medical marijuana facility. By the time they did the background, by the time they went out and did the site inspection, by the time they actually rolled that out, that didn't cover their cost. And that's why they're losing money. So just to give a little background to that. And one of the ideas they came up with, their 50 employees have been reduced down to 11 right now. And they're still trying to operate with 11 people. What was perceived to be a 55-person operation. So even with that, one of the ideas really came up was these contract employees, just like the fire marshal. All-time firemen, when they come into established business to check your fire extinguisher and your fire systems, they do that on a either biannual or a once-a-year deal, and you end up paying them $75 or $100 for the fire inspection and check, and they walk away and hand you a receipt for it and say you need to recharge these 3 cylinders, and you really need to have an exit above this door here. And maybe some similar thing like that to work into it, where when they do come out and do an on-site inspection of your facility, it's more in that manner than trying to roll it into the fees and so forth.
I hear what Paul's saying, but I think we're stuck in a little box here. because we have to live with what we got at the moment. With all due respect to your agency, Tom, with 4 FTE, you are not going to be able to meet the governor's mandates for the federal 8 points of light in terms of having an adequately regulated system. But you're stuck with it. That's what you got. So I'm doing my math, roughly $400,000 a year, $800,000 by any that we're looking at. If we're estimating roughly 200, I think you just do the math. You just take 400,000 divided by 200. I'm terrible with math. 2,000. Okay, so there you go. That's going to inadequately fund an inadequate program. So we're going to have to get real creative about who's actually going to inspect these darn things, because it ain't going to be your 2 inspectors running around. They're going to see these places maybe, well, they're hardly going to see them at all. And so I think you're going to need the embedded structure of counties and their cities. You're going to have to, I should have talked to the sheriff and the chief about this before, but I think you're going to need to cross-deputize them or whatever the heck it is you do to do these inspections. Because with 4 FTE, you're not going to meet the federal mandates, and I don't know why the Fed just wouldn't shut you down, because that's a joke. That's not control.
And we also need to look at, I think the first couple months of March and April are going to be completely uncharacteristic of how things are going to be on down the road. Everybody is going to be on their computer at midnight on March 1st. Perhaps our first unexpected expense will be, burning up the server or something. But,
Can you get the Obamacare people to set up your...
But it's going to take, I don't know how many years before we start seeing a pretty predictable number of applicants and renewals per month. We're going to have this lopsided annual surge of, and we're going to have 4 employees to do it for the first year. And I don't know how quickly the legislature can fix that, operating budget. But I imagine we'd probably be wanting to do it very, very quickly. So I think doing our job here with the rules is going to be very important to see how smoothly it goes the first few months, because if we don't nail down how we handle applications that are within 1,000 feet of each other, things like that, there are going to be a lot of angry people calling up the office every day trying to get this resolved. You might see some lawsuits. So we'll have unexpected liability issues, and so I think that's what we do right here is gonna really help there.
You all have said things that we internally absolutely get. Our problem is normally we would have this conversation and we could accept your ideas and front load and hire 20 people for March, April, and May as we get the application and then have a tail off. We have a number that was in statute, and that's the number that we have. We can fix it at some point in the future, but right now we can't. So the question really is, how many dispensaries do we think will want to be licensed? And as Rob says, do the math.
Another out-of-the-box suggestion would be, since the $4,000 seems to be codified in the law.
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't.
That,
No,
that
the
number,
802,000 was codified.
and that's
For the biennium.
it's a not to exceed,
Yes, yeah.
right?
Right.
You have to raise that money, but not a penny more. So any revenues received by the department in excess of that could then be returned to the licensees based on the number, because it's a variable you're never going to be able to calculate.
I'm not a budget person. I used to be a budget person, but in this state, I am not a budget person. Ask me how another state works, and I can answer that. In this state, I'm not a budget person, but it is my understanding that we could exceed that, and the revenues could be used to roll over, because as Todd points out, the revenues for this program are going to show up on March 1st. And they're going to show up on March 1st probably forever, because that's the date that everybody's first going to get licensed. Which means on February 15th, a payroll has to be met, and there needs to be money in the account. So we need to have enough money to sort of float us to make sure, and what I was advised was you take the 800,000, you really need to raise that by a factor of 4 extra months, so you always have 4 months in the bank account. So if there's a sudden lawsuit that we have to hire 4 attorneys to defend the program, we have the resources to do that. All this stuff, to me, is a problem that will have to be addressed by the legislature in some future system. I think the question right now here is, how do we figure out what the fee ought to be to come as close as we possibly can to the $800,000? Amy?
If we're not, I want to make sure I understand. So we're not barred from having a surplus, right?
Right.
So it seems to me, I mean, $2,000 would make us not only the cheapest state to apply, but I mean, by like way, way, way the cheapest state to apply. And so I don't think it should be an unattainable amount, but if we're not barred from having a surplus, and there's some interest in showing that this can be a positive revenue generator, but the kind of an ideological interest in showing that marijuana can be a positive revenue generator, not that's separate from what's institutionalized in the statute. I don't understand why we don't just use the guideposts that other states have set, because they're all very similar, they're similar enough, and say this is, since we're not barred from having a surplus, and come up with a number that, one, allows for that surplus to happen so you can make a pitch for more employees when it comes to February or when it comes to whenever. But it seems to me that we shouldn't just do the math and divide it and hope to hit this mark that was set somehow by fiscal, I don't know who said it, but it seems to me we should just choose an amount that looks consistent.
What's an average? I mean, if you were just to pull a number out, I mean, just, if you were to.
Can you send that, by the way?
I can send it right now, but it seems to me that the Arizona is 5,000, Colorado is 7,500 to 18,000. There's not so many, I can't read them. A lot of them have 5,000 year dispensary facility licensing fee plus $1,000 application fee. Maine is 15,000. Massachusetts is 50,000. I mean, the numbers here are pretty significant, and again, I'm not suggesting that because I hear everybody in the audience, but I mean, almost every one of these states, even DC is 10,000, $5,000 application fee. That's $10,000 a year for a dispensary. So I'm not saying we should do that, but I'm saying that we shouldn't set such a low, for lots of reasons, but such a low number just because we're trying to hit this point. I think you have a really good, this isn't a target that would be almost impossible. We should set it to what we think is reasonable and then fix that issue since we're not barred from having a surplus.
I would back what Amy's saying here. Again, the legislative intent was that the program paid for itself. Legislative fiscal had a short period of time to come up with a proposal that says, well, here's what we think the agency says they need, here's how much it would cost to pay for that. I think there's no belief on the legislative side that I'm aware of that this is a set forever and ever dollar amount. It's a work in progress, like much of what we're doing as we develop this new system. But I'm back when Amy is saying that it's a good idea to have a reasonable fee that will cover costs and be part of the discussion going forward. The budget is never done. The budget is always evolving.
So then, for purposes of discussion, I would make a motion that we recommend a application fee of $1,000 and a license fee of $5,000. Put something on the table because we've got a lot more to do today.
So again, I have no problem with that, but in order to react as an agency, I keep going back to how many licenses are we going to see?
I don't think we do.
Does anybody, I mean...
And Measure 74, when it made the ballot in 2010, which would establish license regulated facilities as well, Oregon Health Authority did a study, asking advocates and doing like kind of patient projections. At that time, in 2010, Oregon Health Authority projected that in 4 years there'd be 246 dispensaries.
In 4 years.
I think you're going to get 100 in the first week.
And also during the legislative session, I think what in our discussions with the health authority lobbyists, they were using an estimate somewhere around 200 facilities is what they were thinking would be eventually licensed.
And there were an estimated 200 facilities at the time of the legislative session. I believe about 150 in Multnomah County.
I mean, currently
during the legislative session.
But the reality is that many of those facilities can't or won't comply with any of these rules. They're not going to comply. They wouldn't qualify any of those.
And I also, also wish to caution, ideas of cash cow or shooting for too high of a fee. Because I know from, advising the medical marijuana program for 14 years that it's a lot harder to lower fees to a reasonable amount than it is to raise fees to what we need. And additionally, we also have to think of the patients. They're already suffering an unreasonably high registration fee just to be on the program that we're struggling with. And we want to maintain the ability for patients to afford the medicine, to afford the ability to have safe access and not be forced by economic realities to go to drug dealers and use unsafe medicine. So I think we need to keep reasonable in that. And I think, if we're worried about overshooting the budget, that gives us leeway to provide lower fees for nonprofit facilities that have charitable purposes and that actually deliver charitable purposes.
So how many, how many patients are there? Is it the 55,000 number, or I seem to recall that?
It's somewhere between 55 and 60,000. Yeah.
So that's about $4 per patient.
Yeah,
$8 per patient.
Yeah, and not all patients will be depending primarily on dispensaries. Most will be relying somewhat on dispensaries, some entirely on dispensaries. So. And I also think that that more doctors may be willing to qualify patients if they know that their patients have safe access. So I think doctors will be more comfortable at qualifying. So I think the program will grow, and also as of January 1st, post-traumatic stress disorder will be officially added as a qualifying condition, and I think that'll increase the patient population as well.
Which is why I went to the low side of what Amy described and suggesting a 5,000, 1,000 spread rather than 17 or 20 or whatever crazy numbers you read off there.
I like the 17.
Yeah, who would a cartel can do that? Who would
So the number that has been proposed is 6, and again, we don't need a formal vote.
It's 5 and 1.
5 and 1, yeah, 5 and 1.
Because you wanted that application to be separate, and I get that.
200 facilities times 2,000 is 400,000. I don't think we need to exceed that by 250%, Tom.
Exactly.
With all due respect, it's a negotiation.
Oh, yeah.
I'm coming back with 2.
Oh, with 2? Okay.
You have 6.
2 and
6.
Meet up 4 total.
That sounds like the
No,
original language.
there's two fees. There's the license fee and there's the application fee. So you're proposing, so I would just say 5 and 1.
The ratio would be 500, and to follow this, no, it wouldn't be that, it's 20%. The 400 and 1,600 to follow the same ratio that you started.
Yeah, you lost me on that one.
So there's an application fee, then a compliance fee.
I mean, I'm perfectly willing to accept $2,000 from every person who put something over the transom. But the risk of that is that if someone gets denied, I've got money that for something that because they either goofed up on the location, or it turns out the background check on the owner didn't pass or something. Is that fair for me to hold the full compliance fee? And that's why I, in my mind, broke it up into 2 fees. One is a registration fee, and one is sort of a compliance fee. What the titles are will work out. Amy?
I think that's crazy. I'll tell you why. If you're setting up a grow, and I know I keep going back as a grower, if you're setting up a grow, you're expected to, with almost no protection, output a huge amount of money for lights and soil and additives, everything that you need to pay your mortgage, to do all of those things. And it seems to me that we're saying, growers, you still can only be reimbursed for this, and you can't profit, and you can't have more than the legal limit. And now we've let dispensaries have more than the legal limit. If we're all being honest with each other, they're profiting. And because we're talking about not-profit versus for-profit, And then to say that the only, other than the mortgage, paying your employees, which some you can deduct if you're doing it right, that your only real operating expense outside of regular operating expenses is this $2,000 fee. I just think that when you compare the protection the dispensary bill gives versus the protection growers are getting, that it seems like such a low number to apply for that. I mean, Rob and I, as always, the DA and I seem to agree with each other on these things, but it seems to me that going over allows us some breathing room, not just saying we think there's going to be 200, so let's charge $2,000. It seems to me giving ourselves some breathing room and setting up an expectation that, you know, you do need some sort of resources to open a dispensary. I mean, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me to say you do need some sort of, I mean, I don't think it should be $50,000, but to just aim to hit that target seems like a real challenge and a real negative, and it's not something, I mean, I much more agree with the $6,000 total number. I think 10 or 15 or 20 is unreasonable, but I do think $6,000 is reasonable. And 2 seems super low and puts you in jeopardy of not reaching your budget point.
Well, that was what I was going to push back a little bit. No, your assumption for 2,000 is there a 200? What if there's only 150? Then they don't have the resources to sustain the program.
What if we go up to 150% of expected participation with the clause that any overage at the end of the budget cycle be returned or rolled over to new fees for the applicant? A safety valve.
I don't know that we as an authority can do that. The money unfortunately raised belongs to these 2 gentlemen here. I can spend up to my expenditure authority, and if there's any surplus, we can present the case. I mean, I get what you're going, and I understand that the community is concerned about what happened with the card program, with a sudden and dramatic fee increase. I get that. That's a legislative decision, not an OHA decision. I'm just a little nervous at not meeting the target because I have to hire people on the assumption of a certain workload. And if I don't have the resources, then I end up having to terminate people. And unfortunately, contracts don't work in the state of Oregon, but we'll have an offside on that one if you want it.
Is there a way that we could put a number to the work that would be done to qualify an application?
You mean
an estimate of what it would cost?
Yeah, we don't. Part of the problem is until we actually come up with exactly what we're looking for, we don't really have a workload in which to do that. I mean, we know the application, the background check, the fingerprint check, and runs about $100. And that's the only starting point that we have, because we know every person will have that.
Because I like the idea of having 2 fees, an application fee and a license fee. I think if we can set that application fee at somewhere close to the cost it's going to run that application, then it'll give us some flexibility in determining what that second licensure fee is.
First of all, I'd be really surprised if we had any less than 300 applicants. And I propose that perhaps we use that number as an assumption. And additionally, Representative Buckley knows very well how much I hate complicated fee structures. But I propose to maybe complicate it a little bit more of a fairness issue than revenue. I also propose that there's a site location approval fee, because as Amy pointed out, these businesses are putting a lot of investment into their location, and particularly in the early stages, and because there's a confidentiality issue about the addresses and names of facilities. Someone can be investing in a location and have no idea there's another applicant or licensee within 1,000 feet. So I think having a small fee so that to pay for the administrative costs of the state verifying that a location is not within 1,000 feet of another licensed facility or applicants, and then holding that 1,000-foot circle for 30 days or so, giving them the opportunity to submit a full application, knowing that they at least have their site set. and then impose an application fee. And then if the application is approved, as you suggested, a registration fee. And also a reduced fee for nonprofits and public interest researchers. And then change fees as appropriate. If there's a change of a person responsible for the facility, a change of location, these are things that will cost, have administrative costs associated with them. And is better than having to submit a full new application or having your application denied if your, responsible person gets fired or gets a court order or something. So I just kind of propose complicating the fee just a little bit.
Just real quick, talking again to some of the people already established and out there and working, especially with the initial deadline of March 1st for applications, an idea that came across very strong was for the initial process, just like in Colorado, in 24 hours they had 885 applications. And it was a nightmare and what have you, is to do a grace period, say whatever that time period's going to be, whether 5 working days or 10 working days, where people can submit their applications and whatever fee is settled on for that, and that really the health authority can look at it, and as part of the application process, if you've been in business and established 2 years already, and you have your lease agreement showing that, you've got your business license you've already purchased for that, and then you have Paul Schmidt move in next to you, and I show I've been there 3 months, and we're within 1,000 feet of each other, it only makes sense, since there's really no grandfather clause, that your interest would be more vested than mine, having only been there for 3 months and you've been established for 2 years. And that's something that I don't think is a heavy burden, because as a normal business, you already have your lease agreements, whether you're renting property, your own property, your business license, and it kind of shows an established date of when you went into business. Versus, as you say, the fears of someone being established and then all at once someone goes around the corner and says, I beat you to the push of the button. Right. I'm up and running and you're going to have to move.
Well, I agree with where Rob has gone and Amy has said about the initial $1,000 and then the additional $5. I like that idea. Todd, I get what you're saying coming back at, that you think that there's a potential 300 applicants. Look, I don't know for a fact on that, but I'll tell you one thing. I would just as soon be on the lower end of that estimate for a calculation, because if you're wrong, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to have to pay for that wrong. That's why I'm saying that I think actually 100 is a good figure to start out at. If we need to adjust, we'll adjust. I think that that's the starting point. I think that makes sense. Let's get this thing rolling.
And then plus, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't think I am. I think 4 FTE is absurd.
I agree.
And so the reality is that I think when the legislature really gets to look at this and look at the budgets, that 800,000 millennium ain't going to be 800,000 the next time around. It's going to be 4 or 5 times that. And so, I mean, let's just be honest about it. Unless you can get all kinds of intergovernmental agreements and have these guys do your work for them, which may be a way to save a lot of businesses a lot of money. But I know the chief is probably not interested in that.
Well, I go back to the governor's, memorandum on this, and one of the things that he identified was he wanted extraordinarily vigorous enforcement. Well, 2 doesn't get you there. And I think of the OLCC model and about how we go into businesses and we're sort of an arm of that. But at the end of the day, I'm not an OLCC official. I am merely a recommender or a guider, and I offer suggestions, but that's as good as my authority gets. I think Rob's right. We're going to find ourselves with local authority being leaned upon or requested to assist in a lot of that. And I know that my budget's shrinking. I know what my staff level's like. And I know where I've got to dedicate those resources on a daily basis. And this is going to be difficult. So if extraordinarily vigorous and, monitoring is what's required, then I'm more along the lines with Amy. 50 grand seems off the charts to me, but whatever that number is, it ought to be greater than the 800. And if you get surplus, then you get surplus. Because that's where this will ultimately go. You're going to need more staff in the future.
One of the things that we will be required to do is to make a comment about the impact on small business. And so obviously, the 2,000 that Noel is versus the 6,000 that Rob is a huge difference in the impact on small business. And I am hard pressed to believe that any dispensary is not going to qualify for small business. So we'll have to weigh that a bit. But I absolutely understand that everybody around this group says there's no way we can do it with the current budget, and that's the budget that we currently have, and we'll be back in front of the legislature for changes and augmentations as we move forward and have a better count.
But don't forget that Chief's point. I forgot about it. The governor just said specifically in the signing letter, it will be critical to set fees for dispensaries that will provide sufficient funding to OHA so that they can be extraordinarily vigorous in their enforcement of the rules that are developed. That's the directive you've been given from the governor, who theoretically is in charge of OHA. So I think that's a clear directive. I think if anything, Amy and I are being a little low.
At $6,000, I mean, you just need 67 facilities to reach the 401,000. I think we'll easily get that number.
And again, that may be, but when the legislature re-looks at this stuff, I would hate for people, a whole lot of people, to get licenses on some $2,000 annual fee, and then all of a sudden the next biennium, the fee gets jacked up 4 or 5 times, and say, where did that come from? Because I think that's what's going to happen.
Right.
Once you're started, you can afford the next one.
No, I mean, I do see, I do see some middle ground happening here. I say 300 facilities. Representative Olson says 100. Maybe we could use 200 as an assumption, find some middle ground there.
I'll go 150.
How about this? I listened intently. I understand what the thought and sincere is. I think I see sort of a maximum and a minimum. Ultimately, this is the OHA's decision, and we'll have to work with our budget team as well as LFO and the Department of Administrative Services to come up with a number that sells everybody. No, I think it's going. I think 2,000 is a little low. You guys may be a little high. We'll try and find something in the middle to work on this.
Is there a way to those on nonprofits? Are there nonprofits that we have a second rate for nonprofits?
Yeah. So talk about that, Todd. I
that.
didn't. It was my understanding that they're all nonprofits.
Right. But if you're talking about nonprofit organization.
Yeah, licensed. Yeah. Registered with the Secretary of State nonprofit.
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing in the law that requires them to be registered nonprofits. But listening to the broader medical marijuana community, the patient community who isn't represented at this table, there's a great interest in seeing low-income services, the ability to provide free or lower-cost medicine to low-income patients. So I think that if we're able to offer a lower fee to nonprofits, charitable organizations, and maybe even add some guidelines to that, by requiring them to offer a certain percentage of discounted or free medicine. If they satisfy those types of charitable types of services, then I think that would be very worthy of providing them with a very low fee. And the Secretary of State and the Department of Justice Charitable Activities Division is also, for running nonprofits, they're very vigorous about enforcing that nonprofits fulfill their nonprofit mission too. So,
Representative Buckley, are you advocating a reduced fee for a true nonprofit with some restrictions about, or something?
I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Can you put pencil to paper and craft the outline for me? I had not gone down that path. It's a new one. It may be something that we put off simply to get the March 1st, and with the understanding that we can, we will be revisiting these rules often, I suspect, over the next couple of years. Shannon's glaring at me as I say that, but.
Can I make one quick comment? I also support what Todd suggested, but there's a corollary, which means that if you give nonprofits a break, you're going to have to bump the others to get the same dollar, right?
Okay, anything else that people want to jump in on? The only one left. Okay. All right. I think at this point, unless somebody has a strong objection, that it's time for us to go through the really boring work that we have to do, and that is to ask Shannon to maybe go through the key large changes. If others want to talk about specific other changes, we can do that, but to ask her to sort of highlight the major changes in the second draft. And I hope you all got a track change that mine prints in red, lots of red on it. If you didn't get one, I have one extra copy. Oh, this didn't print it in color. Oh, but they have underlined and strike out. Okay, so it's underlined and struck out. So, Shannon, you want to sort of start wherever you feel we ought to focus.
Okay.
Again, advice.
And I know we're a little short on time, so I'll try to move quickly. So this first section is applicability. It's meant to establish the idea that once the registration system gets up and running, you can't be out there operating a dispensary. And I know we're not calling them dispensaries, but I'm just using shorthand. You can't operate a dispensary without being registered. There's probably some work to do here, recognizing that after March 1st, there's going to be a window of time where you're going to have places that have applied but are not yet registered. I wouldn't expect that the health authority is going to go out and try to shut me down. But on the other hand, starting with March 1st, you really shouldn't be operating one of these facilities unless you're registered. So there's a little tension there.
It seems that's going to impact safe access. March 1st, there's going to be 60,000 Oregonians not legally able to get medical marijuana. I think we've all agreed that the staffing levels and potential for first aid applications, I don't know what the lag time is between first approval, but without some type of shall issue or affirmative defense, something short of grandfathering, if you submit an application and your fee and you swear, affirm, and attest that you've met all these criteria, that it should be the same type of shall issue situation as a medical marijuana card or a concealed carry license, assuming the background check goes through. We need to have a way to continue existing good operations operating on March 1st and March 2nd.
So with patients, when they go to a doctor and they get their note signed and then they submit their application to the health authority, they are protected by that application form itself. And so at that point, they could immediately go into a dispensary. And so I'm wondering if we can't do something similar here, that the protection for the dispensary would be the fact that, at least until they were either granted or denied a license, was the fact that they had applied for a license and they kept that material there.
Do you know whether that's law or rule?
That's in the statute.
That statute, yeah.
There's not that same language in House Bill 3460. I think from an administrative standpoint, OHA can say we're not going to do anything about a place, for some period of time that's operating, but OHA is going to have no control over what's going to happen on the criminal side. And I don't think by administrative rule we can extend criminal protections.
I absolutely get it. I agree with you, Noel and Jeff. There is a real problem, but I don't see it in law, in our law, and as much as I'd like to address it, I don't know how, unless Amy
I don't, I just want to add a technical piece, which is my fingerprint cards are taking, when I send it out for expungements, and they're the same fingerprint cards you're going to be sending out, and I see Rob nodding, as my fingerprint cards are taking between 6 and 12 weeks. I just had one take 16 weeks to come back.
Wow.
And so it is, so I mean, we're dependent, and that's a requirement for this program. I just think it's important to take note that it's taking, you know, somewhere between, I tell clients between 2 and 3 months, really, sometimes longer to get those back. So just to let everyone know that's happening.
And could not applicants take care of that themselves
No.
before submitting the
That,
application?
so you pay, no, you, just like with an expungement process, you pay, I think it's $90, I can't remember how much I tell clients, $80 or $90, but you, and then the state agency sends a fingerprint card in, and I see the people who are involved with law enforcement nodding, you send the fingerprint card in, and they come back with a background check. I don't even know what that background check looks like, but that information is, I think, not generally released to a private citizen without.
It's a CCH,
Yeah.
basically, certified CCH.
So, no.
Point well taken, and these are all things that the internal process will have to figure out.
I think the reality, though, and I agree with Noel, I think the reality is that just like law enforcement in many counties is kind of forbearing enforcement against dispensaries that are operating, I admit, ruelessly, but that are operating kind of quasi-legitimately and dispensing to medical marijuana patients. In my county, we're not going after them, right? And so I think that that's not going to change March 2. But with rules in place, I think it will be good for those people that are in the process to make sure they're getting toward the rules. So I guess I understand your concern, but I don't think you're going to see on March 2 a whole lot of raids on medical marijuana dispensaries that haven't got their license yet, just like you're not seeing a whole lot of raids on medical marijuana dispensaries that are operating all across Oregon right now.
Okay. Shannon, you want to go on?
Okay. So various changes and additions to the definition section. Throughout the rules, I tried to use some simpler language, and so I think before I wasn't using patient, caregiver, grower. I changed all that. Instead of saying person responsible for a facility, I shortened that to PRF. So you will see that throughout. To the extent that there were some definitions that I thought were missing, I put them in.
Just jump in and don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I jump in? We've had a lot of discussion around facility, and when I look at the term that talks about means of medical marijuana facility, is that a static facility? As I read the rest of the bill, it sort of infers that it is. It's a physical location.
Yes, it's a physical location.
So we're not talking about push carts. We're not talking about corner dispensaries. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. So as we, law enforcement, a year from now, are dealing with a law that's in place, or months from now, we have the right line. So we know what we're looking at.
Right, and elsewhere in the rule it says that they can't be mobile.
Yeah, and we're going to issue it for 527 West Main Street, and it better be at 527 West Main Street when I show up or you show up.
Okay.
I just want to comment on the definition of career school. I think that the definition is pretty broad, and the Oregon Department of Education licenses private career schools. So I would recommend using an Oregon Department of Education definition of career school and requiring, meaning a licensed private career school. The public career schools take the form of community colleges, technical schools, and higher education, which are usually not, attended by minors. So I'd recommend amending that to be licensed with the Department of Education as a private career school, and maybe even expanding it to some of the public community colleges or such.
And the word home study in that definition raises a flag for me.
Right, I had a comment to myself about that. I don't have some of my other internal comments on this version. I did take this, I did not make this definition up. I got it from someplace else in statute or rule, and I can't remember if it's from the Department of Ed or not. But yeah, it seems to me that home study and correspondence probably need to be taken out of the definition. Any other comments on definitions? now we're on the facility registration, that application, CCCC. We're hoping to maybe figure out where these rules are gonna go to, so we can have actual rule numbers. Again, the thought is right now that the application is gonna be submitted electronically through a website. I think that's, how that's all gonna happen is still in flux.
I just have, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in a lot here, but this seems to have a lot of impact. A problem with electronic submissions that I see, or a potential problem, and we've addressed this a little bit with the technical folks over at OHA, is that, let's say an application is denied for some reason. One must assume that there's already an existing appeal process for, having to sit down and finding out why it was denied. But an electronic transmission, you really don't have a lot of proof of what you submitted. And when your application fee is on the line, your business and your employees and your patients,
I've done mortgages 100% electronically. You upload them to a secure file, and they have them and get them and notify you that it's missing or not missing. The argument for an electronic submission is the only way I can think of to address the $1,000.
get it. I'm just bringing up a different part. And maybe I'm more of a paper.
So am I.
I don't like things that can just vanish.
Yeah.
And so, that's what I'm throwing out.
Work with us, and because there's another parallel process that you're not even seeing, which is our administrative process. So maybe we'll loop you into some of those conversations as well.
That'd be great, yeah, some kind of kicked up fillable PDF where the applicant got a time, date, stamp, and the whole copy of everything they submitted back, and that could satisfy that.
In terms of the practical, I know the fingerprint card, I don't mean to harp on the fingerprint card, but that actually has to be submitted in paper. So then you have to match up the fingerprint card with the application that was submitted electronically. Maybe you scan it as PDF at Interpoint, but just so everyone's aware, that does have to be submitted in a paper copy on a particular piece of paper. So that does need to be submitted no matter what, by mail.
Right, they can do some of that electronically if they have the hand scan for the fingerprints, but they have to have an officer, somebody there certifying that you are the person, in fact, whose fingerprints those are.
Well, when I've sent clients to like Portland Police or whatever county police to do fingerprints for them for expungement, we get sent away and get sent to this like passport place in the Chinatown to do the fingerprint card. So maybe if there's an agency that's willing to do it, that would be helpful. But as far as I know, we've only been able to submit them through paper. So I wasn't aware of that. So I don't know where you can send clients.
It's only
to do
some
that.
agencies that have the modern fingerprint digital stuff. One of my agencies does, the others don't, so it's hit and miss.
Yeah.
The very good point. Fingerprint is going to be an trail.
Mostly a paper.
Yeah.
Right, and it could be a, sort of a bifurcated system where maybe you have a more simplified online application that you get in the door, and you have to submit some things, by mail within a certain amount of time. That probably makes some sense. If an application is returned as incomplete and doesn't have all the information that it's supposed to, it's going to be treated as if it was never received, and this again gets at the issue of, right now the idea, whoever's in the door first is going to be, that application is going to be reviewed first, and if that facility is registered, then anything that is within 1,000 feet of that would be permitted. We wanted to make it clear that you have to, if you have multiple locations, it has to be a separate application for each location. And then we're going to ask to get around this issue of the confidentiality of the location of registered grow sites. We would ask that the person responsible for the facility authorize us to publish or otherwise release that information. We're sort of hoping that across the board, folks will agree to that.
Grow sites.
Or facilities. Sorry.
And that would have to be voluntary, probably.
Yes, it would. Okay, anything else on that?
Just, if I could, that the issue that Paul brought up too about whoever's first in the door gets their application process is a difficult issue. A concern I have from some of Paul's comments is I wouldn't want to see people now having discouraging in the district. Don't rush to open up something in November and December because that makes you think you'll get a better shot at having something on March 2nd. But I do think it's fair to say to have something to know about the people that are operating, that have been operating. I'm not sure what the date is. If we say if you were operating prior to July 1st of 2013 or whatever that date might be, again, I don't want to see a rush towards opening facilities in order to get there, but I do think there at least has to be some acknowledgement of current operations.
Second.
So, I mean, because this is an issue that we're going to have to wrestle with. Given what Paul laid out, where I've got two currently functioning operations that are within 1,000 feet of each other, there's nothing in statute that allows me to exempt those two. So it really is a first come, first served. So what you're advocating is, or what Paul advocated was, if A has been in business for 5 years and B is in business for 5 months, that A should prioritize over B.
Right.
Okay, I will have to see whether that's something we can do or not.
I mean, I guess one of my thoughts is, are you going to give the benefit to somebody that's been operating outside the law versus somebody that's decided to wait until there was a law authorized?
Okay, I got the issue, I don't have the answer.
I just wanted to go back to E real quick. The application review under number 4.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Okay, sorry.
We are now.
Are we there now? Sorry.
Yeah, so there's nothing in fees, so right, so, yeah, so.
Okay. When I look at the subsection 4, where it talks about if during the review process the authority determines that the application or supporting documentation contains false or misleading information, the authority may return. Now, when I look at that, I think of if someone is purposefully lying and they're providing false misleading, then I think it shouldn't be just may return. I think it's a shall return, and the application to the applicant, not as incomplete, but as denied, because that's different than making a mistake. I see false, I see misleading as a very manipulative effort on someone's part. So if someone's applying, they're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, they're making sure that their application, because you only want to go through this one time, that first time. You want it to be legit up front, and you want it to be accepted. So I'm just saying in that case, if we have the ability to say, it shall be returned as denied, because it's based on false misleading information, I just think that's where we got to go. If we can go there.
We have something on page 3, what is this, C5. An application will be reviewed nor they received. An application that is returned as incomplete must be treated by authority that it's never received. You're want to expand on the word incomplete, is that?
Oh, I was in section E.
I know where you were, but I'm just looking whether that would meet would that address your concern? Although incomplete is different than
I see the two as separate.
Okay.
I see the two as separate. If someone just makes a mistake and they didn't fill in a box or something, that's human error.
Yeah.
But I fill it in and I'm purposely misleading the authority. To me, that's manipulative and deceptive, and that's not nice.
I agree with John on that, but I think the wording should be very clear that it was, a deliberate act. Just to make a clear line between intentionality or a mistake and deliberate acts.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would say is if you deny, then that comes with hearing rights. If you return it as incomplete, it doesn't. Okay, approval of application. Again, just some small changes here, figuring that we would issue some sort of a unique registration number that could be used on documents, and then some changes of wording about displaying the registration.
Let me ask this. This is something that I wanted to get input from law enforcement on. How do you want to handle the display? I know right now, the business license or even the pharmacy license is inside the building. Do you want it on an outside so you can see it? And there's pluses and minuses. I mean, one, you can see it so you know that their function is what they say they are. The downside is there's all kinds of target on it. And so I didn't know whether you guys had any reaction to.
I think just post it inside, like in a normal business, and law enforcement wants to see it, they would walk in and check it out.
And Shannon, if it was required to be outside, would that violate confidentiality if it was required to be outside?
Well, the confidentiality issue speaks to what information OHA can release, not information that the facility itself can publish or release.
And if we felt that there was a facility that perhaps was not licensed, we still have a phone number to call, and we're going to get a yes or no answer.
Right, exactly.
All right, the next section is denial, not really any significant changes there. For the next section where there are significant changes are I on page 5, notification of changes. And I think I was just sort of adding to the list of things that OHA would want to be notified about. If there was some change in between registration and renewal.
I have a comment about notification. Some of the things that you listed, such as schools and changes to zoning and such, some things changes may occur that the facility isn't able to be aware of. So, I mean, is there a way to require, planning departments, to notify facilities or to notify the Oregon Health Authority so the Oregon Health Authority can notify affected facilities? Just because if a school opens up and they're unaware of it and they have to suffer immediate revocation of their license, I think that's kind of harsh. And they should have time to adapt, adjust their business. So
I would say that OHA doesn't have any jurisdiction to tell other entities to notify it or notify facilities. I mean, I don't think the expectation is that we're asking facilities to notify us of something that they're not aware of. At the same time, I mean, if a school opens up within 1,000 feet, the law says that a facility can't be within 1,000 feet. So I think at that point, the facility would need to stop operating.
So that raises a question which you may address in the next one under required closures.
Right.
So I am functioning, I got my approval, I'm functioning today, I met all the requirements, and next September, and I'm good for a year. And in January, a new school opens up next door. Am I required to close immediately?
I think you can't be registered if you're within 1,000 feet of a school, so.
We gave them a registration based on what life was like on a particular day.
Right.
And that changed, they couldn't get a renewal. It's clear. And do they have to close?
And I think they do, because the way House Bill 3460 was drafted, but there's a distinction to be made between the two things that you mentioned, two possibilities. One is rezoning, the other is a school shows up. I think if a school shows up, they're dead in the water. I don't know how they get out of it. I wish it wasn't that. That's the way it's drafted, the way it's written. On the zoning thing, there's a whole different mechanism there, because if the city or the county rezones it, there is an entitlement called, essentially grandfather. It's called a pre-existing non-conforming use. That's what the land use law refers to. So someone can't be zoned out. So that won't really happen, but the school thing is a real issue.
What about a waiver that would allow licensing in a different location for displaced existing facilities to not have a fee for their location change. I mean, they're still going to incur great expense to have to move, but at least they could put in a change of address form without having to cough up a few more grand.
Something to think about. I don't have an answer. It makes any sense. We'll have to.
Okay, so required closure. So this is a new section, and as I was thinking about the notifications, I guess it occurred to me that there would be things that might happen that would make a facility sort of ineligible, essentially, for registration. They wouldn't meet the registration requirements anymore, and that there's sort of an affirmative duty that they would stop operating then. Possibly before OHA would take action. So the two things would be happening simultaneously.
I'd also like to comment on sub 2 of required closures. The way I read that, it sounds like the facility would be forced to close if the Oregon Health Authority fails to perform background checks and resident checks and other things. And I know from history with the medical marijuana program that applications have taken 6 months at certain times. Is that the way you read it?
I mean, I think the idea is that if you knew that the person responsible for the facility was going to change, you do work ahead of time to make sure that the new person was clear to take over, and so you wouldn't have, so that you have all the approvals you needed by the time that the person responsible for the facility moved in and became responsible. If that doesn't happen, then the facility is going to be out of compliance. Because you can't have a person responsible for a facility that hasn't gone through the background check, isn't a resident of Oregon, et cetera.
Yeah, I just think if, like, let's say a facility is run by a nonprofit or a for-profit corporation, and the board of directors has found the person responsible to be not acting responsibly, and the board decides to fire them effective immediately. I mean, I see that as responsible management of a facility. I think there probably should be some way that the facility should be able to stay open if they otherwise have proper management or allowing an interim person responsible.
Well, while I agree with you, that's not how House Bill 3460 is written. That's another thing you can add to your punch list of things that needs to be fixed.
You're right, though. And the criminal check obviously creates a 6 to 16 week unwindow. It's kind of a program flaw. What about multiple PRS associated with the same facility?
Yeah.
Key personnel.
Actually,
This is drafted that each one is a standalone facility. So each one would have to be looked at as a standalone facility, right?
I think
Right, I think they're saying, what if you identify more than one PRF at a particular facility?
Daytime manager,
Is there
swing
anything
shift
that we
manager,
keep doing
facility
that?
owner.
I think maybe what Noel is trying to get at is maybe if a single business owns a single facility, perhaps with their application they could put a PRF and then maybe a deputy PRF, like as a backup. Or if a company owns more than one facility, if a PRF from one facility gets fired, that a PRF from another facility would be able to take over responsibility, and they've already been cleared.
I hate to be a wet rag again, but that's not how 3460 is written. It says a person. It doesn't say people. It says a person. So it's another thing to add to your checklist of things to fix. 3460.
I mean, I suppose it's possible that we could set up, you know, sort of a voluntary system where the authority would vet some other people that wouldn't have that designation, but where we would agree to do, you know, to check residency and do criminal background checks. And then those people could sort of step into that role. And the problem with that is, you know, criminal background checks get stale, so. Yeah. Okay.
We'll look at that and see whether we can do it properly. Maybe compete with problem.
I know. And I win things I don't want to win.
Just a question, another technical question. One is, what are we gonna, and I missed the part where we were going through it somehow. For denial of application particularly, one, how are we gonna deal with the language that's convicted more than once for manufacture or delivery of a controlled substance? How we're gonna deal with expungements, not particularly for this state, but for other states where expungement law allows for expungement of these kind of crimes. Sometimes, even in Oregon, if you have a particular reduction. And my second question is, should there be statutory counterpart language in all parts of the bill? Like, so instead of us arguing about what a delivery looks like in Arkansas versus a delivery in Oregon, that a lot of the bills that have to do with criminal law say, or the existing, or the statutory counterpart in another state, just so that we don't wind up arguing about that at a later time. And that's incorporated in lots of rules and bills, so I think it's important. And the second question is just about expungements.
Yeah, normally, as I understand expungements, you're supposed to treat it as if the conviction never occurred, right?
That would be good. I would appreciate that, but I just didn't know. Since it just says has been convicted.
I mean, in Oregon law, there's something, it says that if there's an expungement, you have to treat it as if the conviction never occurred, right? And so I would say, I guess in other states, maybe the language is different, but that.
I'm perfectly, that is what I would hope to see, but I don't know that that's important to include in there, because these things do get expunged.
Did you, in your comments, Amy, did you talk about the statutory?
I did, okay.
Okay. So moving on, there aren't really any very significant changes to the location. Other than, and I don't think we should really get into this because the local government folks are still doing their work, but you know, I tried to get at this issue of what it means to be on agricultural land, which really means exclusive farm use, and you have to have, it has to be an authorized use within those zones in order to be able to do business. So there's a definition that talks about that.
As a practical matter, in the EFU zones, all of these are going to have to operate as conditional uses because they're not allowed as an outright use. So people are going to have to go through a planning process to cite them in the EFU zone.
Yeah.
On the 1,000 feet, well, what's the, I guess we're still working on this, but there's going to have to be somebody that determines it's 1,000 feet. Is that going to be the Department of Education? Knowing if that's their property, or who does that?
Well, how you determine 1,000 feet is written in.
It's as the code applies.
Well, I understand that, but who's doing it? Who's confirming?
I think Tom wants to do it. We have to buy 1,000
I mean,
feet.
if you submit an application and say, I want to put something at 528 Southwest Main, we're going to have to figure out what's within a 1,000-foot radius of that.
So that's your responsibility.
Yeah.
If it's 4 FTE, you're going to do all
Right.
Well, though the applicant has responsibilities to provide maps.
Actually,
and-
we've set that up for the applicant to do that for us. We will verify it. That's right. We set it up so that the applicant will bring that information to us.
But how does the applicant necessarily know, I mean, really, where that property is? They don't control it, I mean, there's some variables. It's not everything.
There are, and part of the function is, workload for us. But Portland, we may have a better sense of, but if we want it down into Eugene, we're going to hope that the applicant has done his homework and done due diligence and told us, made sure they're more than 1,000 feet away. And there's a website from DOE that has where all the schools are located, and they can look it all up. themselves. We'll go down and work with them. I guess I don't have to answer.
In criminal cases, right, I mean, it's a crime to do something within 1,000 feet of a school, so how do you prove that something's happening within 1,000 feet of the school?
GIS.
Yeah.
You know, it takes about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
Another thing that I'd like to add for the record in 3A is if the map to be submitted by the prospective applicant's going to be online, maybe a little guidance as to the size of it, the format, a little bit of technicalities.
Are you on page 7? Are you on?
Document that shows government entities. We'll have
3 locations, right?
Yeah. That's a great idea.
3A?
That's
3A
a,
or 3B?
3B, I think.
3B, the map, a
There you
map
go.
of the area.
There you go. Yeah.
Do you have any suggested language or?
PDF, 8.5 by 11. I mean, just some kind of
Okay.
standardization. Otherwise, it's going to be the Wild West. Yeah. You know, and as far as that goes, the same could be extended for several places that's requiring the prospective facility operator to provide policies and procedures. A lot of people don't have the skill sets to put that together, and it seems like you're going to get 50 answers out of 40 applicants. It seemed to me that this document was supposed to help with the boundaries. I just don't know how useful that's going to be. What do you think about it?
Check the map.
I thought I saw. PRF. I don't think there's anything that's that different in here. Maybe just sort of moving things around and rewording. Oh, one of the things that I did add, and I got this from another program that I advise, that sort of makes an owner responsible for the actions or omissions of employees and other folks, so that the PRF can't say, well, you know, I didn't know that was going on, or it's not my fault. But the PRF really is the person that is supposed to be ensuring that the operation is acting in accordance with the rules, et cetera. So that's number 4 on page 8.
You could do that with policies and procedures and training and oversight and good management practices, but if I'm down in California and one of my employees does some kind of malfeasance, does that make me culpable? I mean, when the convenience store clerk sells cigarettes to a minor, does the store owner bear a burden, or the bar owner? I mean, I think employees need to take a personal responsibility.
Right, but we don't have any jurisdiction over employees is the problem. So in the WIC program, right, the state authorizes vendors to take WIC vouchers. If you've got employees that are allowing people to take home unauthorized foods, and that happens a certain number of times, then the store gets disqualified from WIC and can't take WIC for a year or 2 years or 3 years. I mean, because that's the entity over which the state has jurisdiction. So, I mean, this is an idea. This is not open for discussion, but I wanted to call it out.
Yeah, I think that subsection 4 is probably of greatest concern to me of the whole draft. If a person responsible, I mean, I'm probably the one who pointed out at the last meeting that the statute doesn't really describe exactly how that person is responsible. But this being accountable for any intentional or unintentional action of its owners, officers, managers, employees, or agents with or without the knowledge of the PRF who violate this act. I think that's that goes beyond responsibility and goes clearly into liability. I'd be interested in talking to an insurance agent and seeing if they would actually insure a person responsible for a facility for for board and directors insurance or errors and omissions. And my guess is they probably wouldn't even insure a person like that to take all that responsibility. If it's a corporate body that runs the facility, then clearly there's a chain of liability and limitations on the liability of individuals. But I feel if a PRF is acting responsibly with good intentions, still people are going to make mistakes, but also the way this is written, it seems if anybody violates anything in this act, anything in this act can extend to things beyond the facility. If an officer opens up their own facility without getting licensed, then that makes the PRF responsible or accountable in this section. So anyway, that's just a very large concern of mine, that there's so much liability on one person for the actions of others.
Again, I have to go back to 3460. That is the design of 3460. And I think we can ameliorate some of that stuff if we at least register the people that are actually going to be working in these facilities as technicians.
Yes.
I think we ought to register them. I mean, let's get real. OLCC registers people that pour and drink a glass of wine. Pharmacy techs are highly regulated. I'm not proposing that, but at least we ought to have some basic regulation of people that actually operate and work in these facilities. And if we don't do that, one, I don't think we meet our 8 points of light test with the feds.
No.
And two, I think we're just asking for trouble. We have to have a mechanism so we can say, hey, you're violating the law left and right. We're yanking your ticket without having to pull the whole darn facility down. And so, I don't know, I proposed this last time. It was Andy's last point of light in his memo. But I'm strongly urging us to reconsider whether or not these rules need to have some basic training. It doesn't have to be complicated, basic training and registration for people that actually work in these facilities. I think if we don't do that, we're asking for a massive amount of trouble.
As you point out, it says an individual.
A person. That's who we license. But is there anything in the act that precludes us from registering the people that work in these facilities? Because we ought to be doing that.
We'll take it. Shannon doesn't have an answer for me, but I
right. And then I think we can talk about ameliorating some of the, because I agree with you. The person that's signing up is on the hook for everything. They are.
Yeah.
So I think we ought to have a mechanism short of closing down a facility to deal with an employee that's gone awry. That's what we do in the pharmacy setting. We have a pharmacy tech that's stealing hydrocodone or giving some to their brother. We have a mechanism to deal with that. We pull their registration, at least temporarily suspend them, and then sometimes they go through treatment and they get the license back, whatever. We need a similar mechanism for the people that work in these facilities. And short of doing that, we're asking for a huge amount of trouble in the future.
Same thing happens with the LCC in those liquor license establishments.
You bet.
When we go in and we have, we send a minor in on a sting operation, which in our jurisdiction we do.
Sure.
And someone who is a licensed OLCC server, they serve to a minor, they're gone. But the business doesn't suffer.
Right.
Just that person, because
And that's how
the
it should
person.
be.
Right.
That's how it should be.
So just to point out that on the enforcement side as well, right, there's sort of informal and formal enforcement, and so I don't think it's the case that OHA would go in and seek to revoke registration because, an employee did something stupid one time. So, this is not a one thing happens and you get shut down sort of idea.
More on the compliance side.
But again, it doesn't get to the underlying issue that I'm trying to point out here, which is I'm strongly urging us to include in the rules some sort of bare minimum training and registration system for the people that actually work in these places.
I think that makes sense. So since you brought it up, you want to put some words to paper?
Sure.
Would you please? Would you please? I get it. I hear it. I don't know whether it's doable or sellable, but let's have a piece of paper that has some words on it.
I'll give you a copy. Good.
And just to clarify, Shane, this language that the PRF is accountable, that's just for compliance reasons, not necessarily saying they're criminally liable
No,
for something
right.
they don't know about.
It's just just that we could, we could take enforcement action, seek to, revoke registration because, employees did something to violate the rules, even if the PRF didn't.
Yeah, I think maybe some clarification about for compliance issues or for licensing issues. Just, I think a lot of people may read this and get really scared that they're criminally liable.
Okay, criminal background checks, no big changes there. The security we've talked about. I think there is a recognition that, these facilities may not be totally built out at the time of application, and so you wouldn't necessarily have to have everything in place before you apply. Testing, can we just, let's skip the testing off, there's a lot of work to be done there. Operation of registered facilities. This says that only, patients, people with cards should be able to go into facilities, and that if there's a minor, the minor has to be accompanied by the parent or other adult that is authorized to manage their medicine. And Tom and I have been having some discussions and hearing from other people about the minor issue and access by minors.
So my 2 cents is the parent issue is what a caregiver card is for. Regardless of your relationship status with a card holder, if you don't have a card, you don't get to play. But there seems to be a process for that, so it's kind of a moot point to me.
Well, no, I think what my concern was, I don't want a minor who has a card to walk in and get products.
Right.
Yeah, they've got to have somebody with them who is their designated caregiver and or a patient, a parent. If the parent doesn't have a card, you make the decision whether the parent's going to get it.
So this would afford facilities a latitude to let the custodial guardian of a card holder act as their caregiver because they didn't have caregiver certification.
That's not what the law allows.
Right. It seems conflicting to me. I get the idea. Maybe just
this was a late addition to was something that hit me yesterday.
And I have one comment on that too. Also, I think it should be allowed at the facility to be allowed to have like a lobby or waiting room or restroom that non-card holders can be in, but have a clear, secure zone, where marijuana would be present. So maybe amending this to say entry into an area of the facility where medical marijuana is displayed, handled, or transacted, because a patient may be coming into a facility with a caregiver who isn't a registered caregiver, but someone assisting them in a residential situation or something like that.
Can you write that language and get it to me?
Sure.
Okay. Record keeping.
Consumption.
Yeah.
2. Big one.
Big one.
That's where to start. I took notes. Our Department of Employment has regulations about open flame and smoke around paid employees, I believe. So there's already some kind of existing language here, but as I understand the employment law, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, you know more about this, but for example, the Elks or the Eagles, the club that had volunteers, not paid employees, could elect to allow smoke to be there. So there's the impact on employees' health from smoke or open flame, secondhand. And then there's also the issue of leaving intoxicated, which goes back to personal responsibilities in bars and serving people that are visually intoxicated. But it seems like the ability to medicate at a facility is somewhat covered by OLCC on one hand and employment on the other, and it has to do with liabilities, insurances, and impact to employees. So. And I'm sure the public's going to chime in on this huge, but there also needs to be places for people to medicate since it has to be out of public view. So there's
Here's my concern. I am aware of facilities that allow people to come in and try product before they buy. And that is not going to be acceptable to us. So that's why this word was written as strong as it does. No consumption, period. I hear you about the need to provide a safe place for somebody to medicate. And I'm willing to consider that. But that is a post-purchase, my word, transaction, not a pre-purchase transaction. And so if we can find some way to define that in a safe place, you know, et cetera, I might be open, but I am not going to allow testing of product before purchase.
I'm sure we'll continue to work on this to a better solution.
Sure. I also want to point out that we can't assume that all consumption is smoking.
Yeah,
that's right. And we can't assume that all consumption is psychoactive. And also the statute doesn't address consumption on the premises. So I don't believe there's any, authority to restrict that. And I could see that where you're going with this is probably there's no interest in perhaps you don't have an interest in seeing party houses, dispensaries being big pot parties or something, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. There may be employees that medicate with a high CBD edible product that need it to get through their workday. There are a lot of situations where I think this would be too restrictive, and I don't think statute addresses it.
I just want to caution, this is the prototype for the safe delivery of medicine. And when you go into a pharmacy, you don't consume the medicine before the prescription is filled.
I've waited on lines to pick up prescription, an hour after I've taken a Vicodin.
You did not take that Vicodin in the premise.
Yeah, I did. Bought it right out of my purse, and I took it right there.
Tom, you guys can argue back and forth all you want. Some of the folks that I've talked to, this last few weeks and everything, that are advocates on this, they're okay with not being able to consume that on the premise. That's all there is to it. And then you probably got a mixed bag out there. Right?
And I think even some of the facilities themselves, on both sides of the argument, we forget you have kind of law enforcement to the right side, you've got a brand new industry here on the left side, and the huge difference between them is public perception. And I hate to say it, we're still trying to bring cannabis up front from marijuana. We're trying to call it a cultivator, not a backroom grower. We're trying to educate the public on the true valid use for the patient, the plant to the patient. So it's our job, it's your job as the industry to educate the public. And I hate to say it, it's the perception that hits everybody. That's why news is news, it's the perception. And I'm sorry, if someone's walking by a medical marijuana facility and you open the door and they physically look in and they see someone consuming on premise, Todd just said it, what's their perception of what's going on inside of that facility? And again, you got to protect yourself. This is your investment. This is your money. You really want that perception going out to this broad public perception of what's taking place.
If I could chime in, I fully agree with Paul. The intent behind the work on this has been to professionalize the safe access of medical marijuana patients. And having consumption on premises, to me, seems an unprofessional step. If we look at a pharmacy model, which I agree the pharmacy model is the best model for us, you don't see a lot of consumption. It might happen occasionally, but you don't see people sitting at the pharmacy taking in their medication and hanging out there. And that's what I'd like to try to avoid. I want a professional system.
It's about the only time you and I ever agree on it.
There was that time in March of 2007.
Think about it. I mean, the idea of a safe place to medicate is a new concept to me. Testing before purchase is what really worries me.
I'm
And
trying
We know which
to
ones
post-purchase, work with some of my constituents and come up with some concepts.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to mention was, unlike other medications people may take, cannabis still being illegal under federal law, you have poor or low-income patients and federally subsidized housing. Safe access points are the only place they get to go to Medicaid. And so, I would hate to, close off that ability for real low-income patients who don't really have a lobbying voice on their behalf.
All right, we ready to move on? Okay. Record keeping.
let me do a time check for the members. It's 12:15. There's 6 more pages here and 25 people who want to make a public comment. I will work as long as anybody wants to work, but it's you guys who are here. Do you want to keep working? Do you want to pause and with recognition that we'll need to schedule a lot more work at the next meeting? How do you want to handle this?
I'm here with you. I can stay till 1.
I could go a couple hours or so.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe we can pause and have a public comment period so that they get their say, and then we can finish our business and go as long as we wish to.
I get that, but Amy,
I just got covered for my 1:30 court appearance. This was running late, but I do have a phone conference in Wasco County that I have to be on. I tried to move it via email earlier to 12:45. I would appreciate it. It's only going to be 10 minutes of recording on a trial. If we're going to take a break, I would appreciate coordinating it around my
why don't
necessary
we
conference.
then keep working through this with the recognition that at least some of us will be here for public comments, and we'll make sure that this is all recorded and tracked, and we have all the information. So we'll keep working through this until we get done with this, and then open for public comment. Sorry, Shannon.
Okay. So record keeping, just a couple highlights. I tried to address the issue that these facilities might be taking in sort of finished products, not just plant material or plants. Did some stuff, tried to do some stuff around being more precise in language, talking about what needs to be documented, weights, volumes, things like that.
On E, Shannon, as far as prepackaged, shouldn't units be better than grams, or was the idea total weight?
I have no idea.
Separate out the prepackaged things from the bulk when talking about how to measure and display it, because obviously in bulk you want a least common denominator of unit like a gram, but if you have 12 brownies, it should be a quantity of 12.
Yeah, it would be really helpful for those that understand the business and how this works to draft language about what record keeping makes sense as far as how you're going to document things.
And again, the reason for this is we need to be able to certify, small c, assure the public that this is not, the product isn't going out the back door. So look at it from that perspective. You bring in a kilogram of product, you test a certain bit, you dispense a certain bit, and something's missing. There's a flaw in the system. You bring in 12 brownies, and 10 of them go out the door, and one's on the shelf, something's missing. And that's what this is designed for. So again, those of you in the audience and up here, help us with this, because this is not our expertise.
I think the other big thing to highlight is on page 11, sub 3, where we talked about sort of a more specific tracking, inventory tracking system, and named sort of 2 commercially available products in particular.
Probably ought to enumerate what makes those better than their competition. It doesn't seem appropriate to have brand names in the
Yeah.
Yeah, can you come up with some standard?
Oh, yeah.
It'll be really helpful, because I don't want to have to send staff out to investigate 100 or 200, with each one having a different tracking system. It would be too centralize that and simplify it would be good.
Basic standards of data capture and
Yeah.
easily,
Yeah.
define what is easily
Exactly.
submitted to the authority, maybe getting back to format and stuff like that.
A list of features that would be required.
Mhm.
Right, it wasn't meant that people have to buy a particular product, but
Right. We got
that
that in
maybe
place.
these have, have features in them that we would want people to use. I did put in a section about labeling. House Bill 3460 doesn't say anything about requiring labeling. I think OHA feels strongly that there should be some sort of warning labels on things that could be consumed by kids once they leave the premises, something that looks like a packaged brownie, for example. So you'll see a warning label there. Anyway, looking for discussion otherwise.
No objection to that. Seems customary and usual. But if we go back just for a second to record keeping H, I, and J, we get into the amount of money paid by a patient should be reportable from the facility to OHA. The costs of doing normal and customary business, basically justifying the markup, should be provided from the facility to OHA, and the amount paid by a facility to a grower. Wow.
Why?
That information seems really overreaching.
What other business
The government's
is that?
gonna do with that,
To
or
what
why they need
ends?
it. It doesn't seem normal at all.
Well, part
It
of
doesn't help diversion.
Is because the law says there are certain things that can be used to develop the price and some things that can't. And if I go into your facility and you're at $15 a gram, what went into that price?
That's the
And
market
that's,
price.
that's the problem. It's very specific about what can be charged for. Transferring, handling, securing, ensuring, testing, packaging, processing are things that are acceptable costs. And so that was the thought process by which we came up with.
But that list is includes but not limited to. So,
Not what it says.
no?
It does say including, but that does not necessarily say there could be other normal and customary costs of business, doing business that are not listed out specifically in there. There's a lot of other things that could go into that list.
I think it's just a quick focus. I mean, I am all for people having all this information protected, but it seems to me if you're in a statutory and rules construction, and I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily in, again, a philosophical perspective, but it seems to me like if you're tracking everything else that you want to track, individually want to track that anyway, that if you're trying to be in compliance and we are still a reimbursement model, if you don't like the reimbursement model, talk to people about changing the reimbursement model to a for-profit model. But we are unfortunately still a reimbursement model, unfortunately from my perspective, a reimbursement model. And so because the way 3460 is written, it says this is a reimbursement, this is what you can be reimbursed for, and the authority has the ability and the needs to track that. So it seems like it's not a challenging thing to track those things using available software. And I think if you want it to be different, it needs to be a different sort of process and not a reimbursement model. Then you don't have to justify your profit. But if you have to justify being reimbursed, then you need to justify it.
Another thing for the House Bill 3460 punch list.
I think these things may be appropriate if there's a suspicion, an investigation that they're, but as far as a regular reporting thing, I do think it's a little overreaching.
It's not right. This isn't written that this is regularly going to be reported to the authority. It's just things that a facility would need to keep track of. Exactly for that reason, if we thought that something suspicious was going on and patients were being taken advantage of, perhaps we could look into it.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay,
So this is for record keeping.
This is for
but not
this
for
isn't something that
reporting.
needs to be
Right.
captured and
Right,
reported
right,
on a
okay,
regular
so-
basis.
I don't want the data today. I just want to be able to know when I walk
Okay.
in and say, why is that 1550? You can justify why that's 1550.
Because as I read the software manufacturers' little flyers, that's what they do.
Oh, yeah.
That's what these systems
All the
capture.
data's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, please don't send it to me. Then I'll need 40 people just to file what you send.
Right.
And this
Anything else on the labeling?
Well, just that we shouldn't require potency testing, I mean, because the statute doesn't require it. But if you were to amend that, I'd amend it to say, if known, report the potency.
Again, I don't know how much time we should spend on the transfer rule. I mean, there's still going to be some work done around that. Again, the idea is that you'll have a patient that will sign an authorization form that allows the transfer, and then you will have an agreement that's signed by the facility and the patient and probably the grower. If the grower is going to be the one that does the transfer, that sort of makes sure that everyone understands, one, that the facility is agreeing to accept it, the grower is agreeing to transfer it, if the grower is going to be the one to do that, that the patient is now, once the product goes to the facility, the patient doesn't have ownership of it anymore, all that stuff. Just, I mean, and I think that's still the sort of agreement that I'm contemplating is open for discussion, but it just seems to me like it's a way to ensure that everybody's on the same page and that everybody understands what the rules of the game are with the facility. And it's not something that everybody has to go into the facility and sign all at once. It's something that can be mailed around. But that's why that's in there.
Can I ask a question about the transfer piece, where it goes from the grow to the facility? I'm envisioning the state trooper, the officer, whatever, they driving down the street, see a traffic violation, someone blows a red light, who knows what, to stop the car. And there's the odor, it's overwhelming, and all of a sudden they get into drug dogs and all the rest of it. How do we demonstrate to the officer that this is a legitimate transfer? You've got a detention.
The OMMP already does that.
You should have a copy of the, I mean, you would have, as long as you weren't over the amounts.
Right.
And you were an authorized grower. I mean, this has always been a little bit of a gray area in the Medical Marijuana Act itself, sort of the transporting from one place to another. Because really everything is is protected at the grow site. What happens in transit is a little bit of a gray area. So I don't know. I mean, you could have the authorization form for the patient. It would seem to me that says it's okay for the grower to take it to the facility.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, if the car had in their possession the authorization that says, I'm authorized to transfer these 5 pounds from this growth site to this facility.
Should be.
Yeah, okay.
Then I think there's a semi-truck.
Well, that's
Lots of authorization.
All right. I just want to make sure it's clean. So.
And then as far as transfers, we found it like a parent-child thing, not wrapping it all up in one document seems to work better, where a patient would give their grower an authorization to transfer to a facility, but then each transfer, the things fluctuate. Different strains, different crop yields, different expectations for reimbursement, so then each one of those transactions is treated like a separate contract each time. But everything rolls up to the parent authorization where the patient allowed that person to conduct that kind of activity until they throw a flag. So.
Right, It's not envisioned that a patient is going to have to sign an authorization every time there's a transfer.
Because a lot of them aren't ambulatory, so that'd be right in.
Yeah.
We make them come in.
Yeah, and I'm not thinking that this sort of agreement that happens between the facility and the patient and the grower would be a set form, and people have different ideas about this, I think, but that it would have to have certain components, because there would need to be flexibility, it seems to me, depending on the business practice. Okay. No big, so I'm going to move on to inspections. Right, is that where we're at? No big changes there. I don't think, I mean, violations, I think, as things came to me, I added a few things. It would be a violation to possess a mature plant. You can only have immature plants. Any comments on that piece? Informal
Did
enforcement.
you say possessing an immature plant?
Possessing a mature plant. Would be a violation.
Possessing a mature plant. Just one horticultural problem. Well, besides not being in the statute, it would restrict the PRF from participating in the OMMP outside of the facility.
No, this would only be either violations at a facility.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other part is it might be. If facilities are providing or selling seedlings and immature plants, it would be nice if they would be able to propagate those plants and seedlings on their site. And for clonal propagation, you would need a mature plant, not one that's flowering, but one that's in vegetative state, but above the size limitation.
You need to be in a grow site to do that.
Yeah,
you can't have a grow site at a facility.
Okay, no big, well, I guess there were some changes to the enforcement. We added civil penalty authority, and while House Bill 3460 doesn't talk about civil penalty authority, the Oregon Health Authority has some sort of generic authority to issue civil penalties. And, I mean, civil, you know, not that facilities would think that civil penalties are a good thing, but civil penalties actually can be an interim step so that the authority can do something other than shut you down. It's another tool that would allow the authority to penalize someone again without thinking, okay, we have to shut their door because that's the only thing we can do.
So now that the sheriff has left, so he can't kick me. Do you want to address what I think is going to be imperative, essentially intergovernmental enforcement, intergovernmental agreements to do enforcement or checks? Because your shop is not going to be able to do it. You're going to need the chief's guys.
Yeah, but I don't think that needs to be here. If we're going to go down that path, we'll have to do it as a separate
You don't want
agreement with them.
to. You don't want to do that in rule.
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if we decide we go down that path, and I discover there is a need to do that,
Okay.
and I'm sure an interagency agreement would address most of the concerns, and if not, we can amend the rules, you know, and address it that way.
I guess the other, you could do that. I guess if I were advising the authority, I'm not sure I would advise the authority to use law enforcement, because this is an administrative regulatory program, we're not doing anything on the criminal side, and you need to keep those things separate. So it would make more sense to have an agreement with OLCC, for example, to do inspections.
Whatever it would be, it's just I know that before FTE, you can't do the job. Right. And so you're going to have to get some local resources somewhere.
Yeah, what I envision happening is we're going to get a phone call. Someone's going to say, here's a business that is selling illegally. They're selling it out the back door.
Right.
And we're going to look at it as, okay, that's criminal, because that's the box that I live in.
Yeah.
And we're going to investigate it in that framework, and then we're going to be calling the Oregon Health Authority and saying, FYI. And then you're going to be sitting there going, okay, I got 2 for the state, because 2 are admin. Right. We'll get to you in 6 months.
Well, or the flip of that is we go discover that there's a 20%, you know, missing in the thing. We'll call you and say, there's a problem here. We can't put our finger on what it is. You know, can you help us watch it? I mean, I think it's going to have to be worked out as sort of over time. How we work with each other.
That relationship really works well with local law enforcement and a health authority or public safety authority. In the fact, just like Shannon brought up, really the rules, guidelines, regulatory function is to be in compliance. It's not to put an industry out of business. And so really the first act of the health authority is to get someone who's not in compliance back into compliance. And usually the first step is verbal. It is basically, you've got X amount of time, you need to correct this situation or this, what's going on. Second one, if the verbal doesn't, is then to possibly a penalty or a civil, or at which time, if there's really criminal activity going on, I can see the health authority, as Tom just said, going to law enforcement and saying, oh, by the way, there's a facility over here, we've done an audit, and it's just not adding up. And that's kind of the pros, but really, in this guise here is exactly, it's to be in compliance, and if you're not in compliance, to help you and get you into compliance is the whole focus of that.
And if you rate it, we're going to be there very quickly to find out what's going on, and if we need to return the license.
Great. I also think that violations of these rules or even some of the statutes, hopefully we're maturing to a place where we can respond to these violations at more like a white collar crime rather than responding to it with an all-out raid. So I just think we're kind of maturing a little bit where we can respond a little bit more respectfully and with a great deal more dignity than we have in the past.
Well, and that sort of gets back, I agree with you, Tom, but I get back to what Rob was talking about earlier about who the other employees are. So let me just, in a Reader's Digest version, we're going to serve a search warrant. I care about the safety of the officers going in. We're going to do an analysis or investigation on who the other people are. So if we've got people in there who are convicted murderers, they've been rapists, they're burglars, they've got weapons violations, all of which don't exclude them from being part of this, I'm coming in with the SWAT team. There's no way for me to get around that for the safety elements.
If he does otherwise, he's liable.
Right.
If one of his officers gets hurt.
Can't do that. So I agree with you. I want to mature to that level, but if the conditions aren't set that allow us to get there, then I don't have too much of an option. So I think in rules, if we have some ability to create that environment so that it turns into that white collar dynamic, that we should seek to get there.
And again, I think it gets back to the pharmacy model. The closer we can make these things look and smell like, taste like a pharmacy, we're going to be doing a world of good. Because frankly, the crimes that I see happen in pharmacies, not just in my county, but across, is the typical thing is the pharmacy tech stealing hydrocodone. That's not dealt with administratively. The pharmacy board when they catch that, they refer it to law enforcement, and that person is prosecuted, right? Because that's theft. I mean, it's theft. It's a crime occurring. We don't shut down the pharmacy. We don't go raid the pharmacy. The pharmacy tech's probably fired. Or there's programs to get people healthy and get back into jobs and all that kind of stuff. And so I think I want I want these things to look and smell like professional businesses. And the closer we get there, we're going to please the public. And to chime in on the smoking on premises, I'm not opposed to creating some sort of scheme for lounges or whatever, but not on the exact place where the dispensing is occurring, because that's the perception, as Paul mentioned, is going to kill us on these things. And so, again, I'm backing up again, but harping on, we got to make sure that the people that are working in these facilities are behaving correctly. And so the employers can deal with them, the public can deal with them, they got to look and smell good. They really do.
Okay, well, we're at the end of the rules. Let's take 2 minutes and, as a group, sort of see if we can find a date for the next meeting. If you could all open up your November calendar, I will tell you the date that will be ideal for us in the Health Authority, and that is the week of November 12th. The 11th is Veterans Day, and we can't work on Veterans Day. So sometime the week of the 12th. And again, we don't need to resolve this now. Teresa will have out this afternoon the same doodle forms we had before.
We have this room for this entire week, that entire week, so this makes it easier for us on that side. If that doesn't work, we will also ask about the following week, which is the week of the 18th. We really need to shoehorn it into those 2 weeks, because if there is a need for a 4th meeting, it will have to be done immediately after Thanksgiving. And that doesn't give us a lot of time internally to synthesize conversations and come up with a new draft. And again, December 1st is sort of my drop dead deadline. So anyway, that's that. Andy, you had sent out some talking points. Did you want to?
Yeah,
go
actually,
over them?
Did
we get them all?
Yeah.
Okay.
We captured them all.
Okay. Anybody else want to bring up any other talking points before we open it up to the public?
I'll just bring up one old one. I'll just say it real quickly. I'm not expecting it. It is still continues to be my legal opinion that unless we fix the statute, that these things have to register with the Oregon Board of Pharmacy. It wasn't drafted
So
correctly.
let me answer that, because there's been a lot of discussions on this.
Okay.
That's not an OHA issue.
Okay.
This agency will not address that. It will be up to the dispensaries to decide whether they believe the law is what the law is and want to go to the Board of Pharmacy and register. Having said that, I know from conversation with Gary that the board is acutely aware of what the law says. They are in the process of developing a short application form and drafting rules and a $75 fee to accept these applications. We will not ask if the application has been filed. The Board of Pharmacy will decide whether they want to chase it, or you can decide whether you want to chase it.
Again, I just mentioned that because I think it's another thing we need to fix. Because it doesn't make any sense, but you know, people are going to have to get your license and they're going to have to register with the Board of Pharmacy, which makes 0 sense to me. That's what the law says.
It's Schedule 1.
No, it's a Schedule 2 in Oregon.
Okay, anything else from the committee? Okay, then I have a list of people. There are 25 of you who want to sign up, even at 3 minutes each, 75 minutes. So I'm going to limit you to 2.5 minutes. So please, don't restate what's already been stated. Please be very specific. On page 12, line 16, we have a problem with these words. Can you correct it? That's what we really need at this point. So the first one is Anthony Taylor, followed by Tim Schoenberg. Do you guys want to just come up here? You can use this. I hope the mics are live. If not, we're close enough and informal enough that we can catch each other. Go ahead.
My name is Anthony Taylor. I'm the director of Compassionate Oregon, and I had a couple of comments. One was in section LLL, persons responsible for medical marijuana facility. Section 3, paragraph 3 requires at the time of application they submit a copy of the information described in the previous paragraph. That seems like a background check.
What page are you on?
Page 8.
Page
I'm
8.
sorry. Page 8.
You talk fast.
And I'm just wondering if that is part of a background check. I mean, it's like the PRF is kind of doing a background check on itself and submitting that information to the authority who is required to do a background check.
Well, I guess I'm not an expert in background checks, and unfortunately my background check guy has some 1 o'clock meeting to solve the data processing problem, so we can all go live March 1st. But I'm open to any suggestions on how you can prove to me in a manner that will allow me to go do a check that you are in fact Anthony Taylor. So do I need a name, address, alias, birth, driver's license? I mean, how do you prove to me that you are who you are? That's what my problem is. You have to prove to me, and I have to take that information and go do a check to make sure that you aren't convicted.
Yeah, but you're asking the person to submit that information already. You're just going to double check it, or I guess I'm not clear on it. So I can some further questions on that.
Yeah, what we need is enough information so that we know that Anthony Taylor is who Anthony Taylor says he is, and that we can, in fact, verify that you have not been convicted of something.
Okay, well, in the interest of time, let me just go to my next point. I am still struggling with the grandfathering in of existing facilities that are operating in the area that they're operating in. I don't see this as being a problem except in the initial rush of applications whereby you've got somebody there that's been there for 5 years and you got somebody that's been there for 5 months. Why the 5-year person gets any kind of preference, and I think that a good way to solve it would be some sort of lottery whereby you pick the number out of the hat, and if you've been there for 5 years, you get it. If you've been there for 5 months, you get it. Because I see a lot of toes being stepped on if the guy that's been there for 5 months gets his application in 3 minutes before the guy that's been there for 5 years.
Hadn't thought of a lottery. We were trying to do this so that we did not, so that it was all outside of our hands. Well, I don't have an answer.
Okay, that would be the end of my comments. Thank you very much.
Tim, followed by Don Morse.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Tim Schoenberg. I'm from Bedford, Oregon, Central Point, Rural Valley. And I'm new to this business compared to everybody else that's here. And as a future, hopefully, PRF is where I guess I'll be. This stuff is really scary and confusing and hard to come by in the Rural Valley. I applied for Southern Oregon Cannabis Community Center, was trying to open that business and was told on the phone by the people who took the business application not to bother. I would be turned down because I had the word cannabis in my title. So I had to change the corporate name to Southern Oregon Community Center and Clinics, and as such received 2 calls from the Sergeant of the MADGE department, which is the undercover I guess narcotics and drug team in the Rogue Valley, regarding my business application, and to assure them that I was not going to be dispensing medicine out of my facility at any time in the future, which I did because at this point in time I have no intent to do that. My question and my fear is that we have the municipality of Bedford, Oregon, it seems to me as a fairly ignorant person involved in a very complicated situation here, that the Rogue Valley, the city of Josephine, Jackson County is trying to regulate businesses, business names, and I find it troubling. And the lawyers I talked to concur with that. And unfortunately, I'm not a wealthy man, but hopefully can get together some people to take the fight to the city of Bedford if needed. But I'm asking your assistance in clarifying for the counties and the cities involved in the state of Oregon that will provide future license granting opportunities to those of us willing to endure this regulatory nightmare, that we can possibly open a business and run a business and bring safe access to people that need it, the people that need medical marijuana, that are doctor approved to accept that medicine. We need to have a safe place to come and get it, and I hate to see cities out of fear limit us to our ability to do that.
Tim, we are acutely aware of that. We had the
Thank you.
conversation earlier. And that's something we're going to have to wrestle with. A couple lawyers over here are getting hopefully the same opinion.
Thank you.
After Don is Glenn Carpenter.
Don Morse with Human Collective. I just wanted to address the testing issues. Having been involved with 3460 since its inception, I can tell you that the intent was just to make clean medicine available to patients. Presently, what dispensaries are doing that do tests, they're sending it to a variety of labs around the state right now, and they test for pesticides. There are no standards yet for acceptable levels of pesticides and things like that. And I think when you get into that, you're opening up a can of worms that could end up being very costly to patients, because these tests right now are running about $90 to $100 a test. And on a half a pound to a pound of medicine, you're looking at a cost being passed on to the patient of between 30 and 50 cents a gram. If you elevate the cost of this test to, say, $500, it's just not going to work. So I caution you to not go overboard in all of this. As long as we can meet some sort of a safe standard and show that we've practiced due diligence in getting safe medicine to the patients, that's really all we were looking for. Thank you.
Appreciate that, thanks. Glenn, and then
Yes.
followed by Rashawn.
Yes, my name's Glenn Carpenter. I want to thank the committee for its diligence and hard work. It's pretty overwhelming, and I think you're doing a great job. And I like that we have a committee that comes from all sides, so we can come to an agreement that works for everybody. What I'd like to address is that I'm concerned that the day that we're supposed to apply for our applications, that's going to be like a land rush, a gold rush. I don't know if you know, but there are many people with quite a bit of money who aren't in this industry, who haven't forged the foundations, who haven't acted with patience, with due diligence, that actually helped form the foundations of 3460. And for those of us that have, I'd like to see consideration that there is some sort of grace period. We worked hard, we fought hard, and we haven't made a lot of profit along the way. So I just want to thank you, and that's what I want to say.
Thanks, Glenn, appreciate that. And as you heard, we absolutely understand the March 1st problem is the March 1st problem, and we don't have answers for that.
Thank you.
We're working on it. Rashawn?
Hi, my name is Rashawn. I'm with Greenleaf
Followed by
Lab.
Paul. Paul Looney, sorry.
So I wanted to address testing issues. It's page 9 testing. I have subsection 1, actually subsection 4A, talking about the amount of testing, referring to batch testing. I do believe that if every batch is not tested, then that could be a consumer health issue, and the patients will not have protections for that. Furthermore, I feel like that the PRF should be required to utilize third-party testing laboratories for verification, checks and balances, and accountability. Again, it's a patient protection issue. I also believe that PRFs should not have financial interests or ownership in testing facilities. Again, that's going to be an issue for checks and balances and patient protection. While I understand that you are saying there's not enough time to have a certification process, if you don't certify laboratories, I feel like the least you could do is have recommended good laboratory practices. You know, what's the point of testing if you don't have a laboratory that has any type of standards? I also feel like PRF should utilize a testing facility that's located in the state of Oregon just to protect the state, protect everyone from any federal legal issues. I know Todd mentioned there was some, that you haven't heard a lot about effects of mold and mildew, but we actually have done testing for patients who said they did get sick from it, and then they brought in the product and we found that there was a lot of mold and mildew on it. We're not qualified to say what that is, but that is an issue out there. Another issue is that right now with research, they don't know the long-term effects of mold and mildew. Also, you mentioned, I think, consumption on premises. If there is no potency testing, no one's even going to know what it is they're consuming. I know you guys don't believe in it, but still potency testing is really viable. It's like if you go to the grocery store and you're going to purchase aspirin, you want to know, does it have 200 milligrams or 500 milligrams? So while potency testing isn't written into the law right now, I still think it's really important for people to know what they're getting. Especially right now, there's CBDs, cannabinoids, which are known for pain issues, as well as THC. And if someone doesn't have their medicine potency tested, they're not going to know what the effects are, essentially, or how that medicine is going to help them.
Does the labeling stuff on P1 get at that for you? And if not, can you provide us some comments?
On P1?
Page 11, line 16.
Yeah, I have actually under P1A, subsection A, where it says the amount of THC in usable marijuana. I believe that does. I think if they added CBD to it as well, then you could cover the two main cannabinoids. If the terminology "if known" is added to that, it might give an exclusion. Like Todd had mentioned, adding the terminology "if it's known, then label it." But I think that might exclude people from having to label it. So just be aware of terminology, I would say. And then what I did, I just typed up a one-page document. I'll hand to Shannon, she could pass it around. It has my comments, what I believe should be inserted and why, and I really do hope that you all will really consider some type of standards and regulation for laboratories, because otherwise it's disingenuous to say there's testing if there's no accountability for the laboratories.
Understood, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Paul, followed by Jim Fiver.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Loney. I'm an attorney. I represent a lot of individuals and businesses that provide safe access to patients and have been doing that for a number of years. I think one of the things to add to Rob or list of fixes is, first of all, under CCC, the registration.
Okay, Paul, if this is you mean a fixed rule?
Well, it gets to what everybody's been talking about, at 12:01, everybody hits the send button on their computer. I think that the way that should be, the fairest way is the first year that everybody can apply and open up. And after that first year, then you can't be within 1,000 feet of another one. If you're already existing there and somebody else wants to open up, they have to look to see if there's somebody already there. This first time, well, I'm just saying that could be fixed. And I think that...
We need a legislative fix to do that.
Well, and then the other one about schools, I think that should be in there, that definition could be of an existing school. Because if a private school with 5 students moves in, after you've spent thousands of dollars on a building, signed a 5 to 10-year lease, doing your security system, training your employees so they don't cause problems for law enforcement, and then a private school moves in 500 feet away from you or 999 feet, and you have to close. To me, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't help patients out. The whole idea of this law was to help patients. And it should be schools, should be buyer beware for a school. If this is a public list where these places are located, a school should look and say, oh, there's we don't want to be located near it. We don't want to be 10,000 feet from a facility. I think that's something that should be looked at, because the law says that there's renewal and the initial registration. And so I think there's a lot of room there for Shannon to help draft rules, is that there's 2 separate rules, one for the initial registration and then one's for renewal. Because if you're already in there, I think you should be allowed to operate and not have a school move in with 5 or 10 students and push you out. So I think that's something that really needs to be thought about, the definition of a school. And it could be an existing school when a person applies. And I talked about security. How about security? I think you should really look at what insurance companies right now who do insure these places, what they're requiring to insure. That should be your standards there, because they have in there what size of, what kind of safe. There's a ratings for safe, as I'm sure law enforcement folks know. They won't give you insurance for one of these clubs unless there's a safe that meets the rating. I think you should really talk to some insurance folks who issue policies for these places. And that goes to, there already are industry standards out there. I'm not sure if it was Rob or Sheriff Crabtree that talked about, or maybe it was Paul, who said, if folks get together and have their own industry standards, there already are. All these clubs, they'll talk among each other. They all know, they all try to match each other or go above. They all want to be, well, I'm more secure than the place down the road. That's what's happening already. And I think that, should reach out more to more of these clubs and, see what are their standards now. Because one of the basic ones, the ones that I pushed from the very beginning, was only 1 ounce per patient at a time. And that became the standard up until very recently. That was the standard in Multnomah County. And the fees. One of the things that if you set a fee too high, it's going to only allow the very rich, deep-pocketed folks to apply for this. And it'll limit the number of clubs that open up, which again, the whole idea of this was patient access, not about limiting number of clubs. It was about patient access, and the fees are too high. That will encourage out-of-state folks coming in with deep pockets from California or Washington even, coming here and opening up, and that's not what people in Oregon want. They want this to be, an Oregon program, not a corporate program, deep pockets, and not a California chain moving in here. As we've seen in other states, there's been California chains moving to other medical marijuana states. And then there was the issue about, I know that Todd brought up about patients. There should be free medicine given out to them. One thing I want to point out that with this program now, if you're a patient and you find yourself a good grower and you sign up with them, the grower now has a way to take the after March 1st, take the excess medicine and deliver it to a facility, and therefore recoup their cost. And so a patient should get their pound and a half for free from that grower. A grower should no longer charge the patient.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Jan, followed by Don Van Berner.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Moore. I'm here to speak about a couple things. I plan on becoming a PPF or a PFR in Curry County. We're very rural, and I think some of the rules kind of are really different between rural areas and the large metropolitan areas. One of those is the testing process, and I was wondering if there's any talk about allowing the facilities itself to have their in-house tester and the equipment with the qualification going to the person who's your tester and maybe the equipment that's going to be used. We're already in the facilities that we're looking at right now are already former doctor's offices and stuff like that, so I'm sure that one would qualify. But for us to get medicine from Brookings, Oregon to Medford even, and that, that kind of fear of not having it in-house, I would feel much better about testing our medicine in our own house where it's going to go directly to the patient than sending medicine 200 miles away through the Jedediah State Gorge, which means it has to go through another state before it comes back into Oregon, and have all that right in-house where we're a lot safer. So I hope some of that is being looked at when it comes to the qualifications and how testing can be done. If I was in Medford, then it wouldn't bother me to go down the street to the local lab or whatever, but I think since we're just testing for what we're doing, and we used to have our own tester at Oregon Green Free, who we basically did testing for the standards on THC, CBDs, and CBNs. Also, another issue I had was about, Shannon was saying something about the facilities have to be static, and I understand that. But is there any thought about the facilities being able to have delivery services? In other words, in Curry County and in Brookings, we have a lot of people who are either in assisted care facilities or cannot get out and around, and by bringing them in and putting them in our system, we could perform or take deliveries and give them to the medical people at the actual facilities.
And that was raised by someone at the last meeting, and I made a note of it, and I forgot to talk to Shannon about it, so don't let that issue get away from you.
Okay. Let's see. The other thing was what about when your facility is closed as far as being a facility? Could it have, not to the public, but maybe by using people who are registered with your facility, testing of its own personal testing? 2 years before there was an Oregon program, I was part of the Humboldt Research Institute, where we had 181 patients, And we gave all our medicine to the patients. They took home a questionnaire, and it was A and D. There was no psychological, like this is couch lock, so I'm not going to be tied down. We knew how it was grown, where it was grown, indoor, outdoor, and based a very short questionnaire. And then they had to bring that questionnaire back to get their medicine for free the next time. And that was the accumulation of our data. But we also ran a clinic and a doctor. So I'm kind of wondering if we can do those type of things in a medical marijuana facility, maybe during the off hours when we're not open, being a facility is still our property or the facility, that type of thing.
Okay,
So maybe an on-hour, off-hour.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't think we can do that, but that's, you know, the facility, and the law is very specific about what the facility is. Jim, in the interest of time, do you have one other point you want to make?
No, other than to thank you all, and also I do have just one other one, and that is that right now I'm advocating with a lot of different people on the 3 different issues of cannabis coming to Oregon, not just the medicinal, but also hemp and legalization. I hope in the thought of all this that eventually all this money will be coming into Oregon's coffers in a new form of revenue, and maybe trying to get all of our money from just, you know, medical or whatever we.
This is not a fundraising. This is not a fundraising thing, and the legalization is another subject that we're not part of, and we're not going there. Don Van Werner.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. No Don. Okay, Lauren Crucy. Lauren.
Hi.
Okay, thanks. The next one up is Rochelle Jones.
Hello. Real quick, I just want to run through these. In regards to the pharmacy criteria that we're looking at right now, I would ask that, as far as I know, my daughter can go and pick up her medications from Rite Aid and Walgreens or wherever else she needs to go. I don't understand, you know, why that would be changed. Another thing is that we already have a level of security that we're looking at. Well, he's gone now, but in regards to the pharmacy, make sure that when you're asking us to do that you understand that there's a lot of prejudice against our industry right now. I went through 3 different major security companies until I finally found a local one that was willing to work with me. So, you know, ADT came out, wasted my time for 4 days, and, you know, anyway, moving on. I believe that the transfer ought to include caregivers' rights to transfer for the patient, because usually the caregiver is the most trusted person that the patient knows, hopefully. So therefore, I don't understand why we're solely talking about patient transferring their own materials and growers doing it when the caregivers is the times that go between. We keep hearing things from Tom about things going out the back door, transfers, this type of thing going out the back door in regards to weight. And I'd like to say that, you know, over the years, we have not been able to capture the type of materials that we wanted to for fear of having too much weight in regards to dunnage. So therefore, good material, good medical material has been wasted in garbage bags and burned because of a fear to possess it. You know, we need to look at dunnage that way. You need to know that a lot of stuff is going to be spoiled and it's going to be gleaned out. That happens throughout our processes. In regards to mold and mildew, a lot of that is visual inspection. It's done with UV lights and this type of thing. So therefore, we have our pre-trimmer, our secondary trim, and our med tech type of person that should be looking at that. So you're going to have weight that's going to come up missing consistently. There's stems, duff, shake, and stuff that comes off the plant that reduces that weight too. So again, dunnage is huge for us. So by dunnage, I mean leaves, stems, root wads, all these things that can be made into a good medicine that we've been throwing away for years because we have to possess a certain level of medicine, that being the flowers, and the rest of it's really where the medicine could lie for curing people. I'm just astounded how you can be convicted of murder in Oregon and be able to have a dispensary, but if you have a past crime of selling marijuana, you can. You keep beating around the question about whether or not we're gouging people, okay? Well, if you're gouging people in a fair market, people are going to know you're gouging them and they're not going to come to you anymore. please get a look at, in regards to plants, what is being in bloom and what is immature, okay? Because, you know, this 12-inch requirement is ridiculous. I mean, one plant can turn a leaf up overnight, and then what, you're gonna take on the ridiculous.
Go on vacation.
Records that are made available to the LEA upon their request. You know, I mean, you're not gonna come in and without a warrant and take my records, okay? It's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna show somebody coming in and getting stuff out of my store 10 times so you can, you know, do something with that later. Excuse me, but that's just my feelings. Right now, we're already looking at, I'm hearing of Colorado coming into our state and bringing in medibles and other items. And it's rampant. I mean, you know, I mean, if we're gonna open it up to cross-border type stuff or cross-state lines type stuff, then let's do it. But if not, you know, I'm all about policing our own industry here in Oregon, and trust me, I would be a part of that. Maybe it's territorial pissing, just like in my 1,000-feet boundary, I'm gonna have to go around 1,000 feet around my dispensary and pee on every post, I guess. But you know, if that means the same for the state of Oregon, then I'll do that too. So, thank you.
Thank you. B. Young.
Hi, I'm Rachel Jones. I'm the PR rep from Club Sky High. A few things that I'd like to address, right, was the security for the patients that come to the safe house. I've had a person seize at our place and everything else, so I think you might want to consider having your PRF have first aid training and CPR certified. The other thing I think you haven't addressed is hours of operation, which is a security issue. And that's it. Those two things I think need to be addressed.
Thank you. Can I ask what you would think is appropriate
Our
hours of
hours right
operation?
now are 11 to 7. I think you can put them at what you want, but I think closer you get to dark, the more problems you're going to have.
I'm sorry, Jim Galper.
One of the first things I want to talk about is, quite a few of you are or not, but I am a patient. You are obviously not a patient. When you say that you don't want the ability for a patient to test their marijuana before they choose which kind. I specifically have a disorder that involves nausea, including nearly dying. I need to eat in order to have my medicine work. There are, let's not even go, 200 plus kinds out there of marijuana. Not all of them look the same. There is no way when I go into a dispensary that I know exactly what that medicine is going to help me with, unless perhaps I try it. I specifically have used 10 or 11 different kinds that do not give me the munchies. Don't assume marijuana, all of it does that. But you really need to eat and your life's dependent on it. You want to know what you're getting is going to make you hungry or going to take your pain away. If you're saying I can't test it there, then I'm just randomly going ahead and just buying whatever. That's not helping me as a patient. The other thing I want to talk about is this transfer thing. Having been a grower and a patient, as a grower, when my patients come in, I'm liable to them. If I'm transferring the marijuana, then I should have an agreement with them. That's between me and them. When I go into the facility, I'm the grower. These people we should be making arrangements with our growers. And then if I have a patient that's unhappy about my transfer, it's kind of up to them. Now I have legal arrangements with my patient. Why are you complicating this relationship or bringing patients into it when, as I go there, I'm a grower? If I'm responsible to patients because I'm growing to them, it is their job to actually prosecute me or see if I have a transfer arrangement with them, not the facility's arrangement. I would make that arrangement with my patients. I love you, you're awesome. Tech licensing. I have been in the OLCC industry, alcohol, since I was 21 years old. I was taught how to recognize when I was doing the wrong thing. I have a license that guarantees that the employer that hires me has an idea that I know what the hell is going on and that I'm not going to misadminister what their product is. So I'm totally okay, and I've actually been renewed. Most of us as an industry, we'd love to regulate ourselves. We're here because we want to do the right thing. Let us. Tech licensing is one of them. Food handling, these are food products. Why shouldn't a tech person have a food handler's license like in every other industry when they're handling food? They should know how to do those things. And my last one, and I'll get out of your way, is I have 2 other businesses that have nothing to do with marijuana. How is it that when the word marijuana comes in to anything, a business thing here over and over again, we enter the twilight zone of what it is for operating? I want to tell you the number one cost for my business is me, my labor, my time. Without me, my businesses don't exist. You keep talking like the number one person involved in running one of these facilities is the least important. I want to pay my mortgage. I want to pay my bills. I'm the one that's putting up the money to get this going. I'm the one that's taking the risks and the investments, yet I'm the least important in the actual, what my cost of doing business is. Without me, there is no business. That's the most important cost. How can I give anything to a patient if I can't open up a business and run it and maintain the income that it takes to dedicate my time to that business?
Jim Galber, Jason Wasserman.
Hi, my name is Jason Wasserman, and
Daryl George is up next. Sorry.
I'm one of the 3 owners of Eudoxy Scientific, which is a Portland-based company that produces commercial-scale hydrocarbon, solvent, essential oil extractors that are closed systems. Just want to retouch on a few things. Amy generously passed out a paper that had some information about our company and some test results on hydrocarbon solvents. I'd like to offer our expertise to help educate this commission on concentrates and the safety and the hazards to producing them and the ways that you can go about safely producing them. This is a very important form of medication right now. Other than that, and again, extending that invitation, I'd like to talk about testing. We spend a lot of money on testing to get data. And if this is going to be a regulated professional system, then you need to have education behind it. And you have to realize that in testing, it's very standardized. This equipment has been around for a long time. There's standards in equipment. There are standards for testing. Out-of-state testing is necessary. This is a very young industry for Oregon. It's been going on a lot longer in California. There's a lot more information. So I think that it's viable for somebody to go and get tests from companies in Oregon and then go check that on older companies and make sure that they're coming up with similar numbers. Because as far as I know, I think there's 3 testing facilities, 3 or 4 in Oregon, and some of them are not reputable. Some of them are not putting out good science. And the most important thing is for the patients to be getting a medical product. And if you want to call this medicine, it should be tested properly.
Jason, your points about the testing facilities we get, the problem is we don't know how to reach them.
The facilities?
The testing labs.
House Bill 3460
doesn't
give them the
Oh,
power
okay.
to
Yeah,
address
yeah, I mean, that's one of the things when we brought the group together on the testing subject, that was one of the first things that came up, and everybody said you've got to have a mechanism in which you can certify that the lab that is doing the testing is in fact a reputable lab, and that they have the right equipment, and the person who runs the equipment has been trained and knows how to use it. There's no authority in 3460 to let me do that.
Okay.
So you ought to put that on your checklist and work with these two and fix that in the next
No
legislative
problem. I'd
session.
love to work in any aspect. I have a degree in agricultural sciences from Evergreen State College. It's Jess Ordauer. He's another owner of the company. He has a degree in aqueous chemistry from Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington. We would love to help.
Yeah, that's, I get it. I absolutely agree with you. Something that is necessary, but right now we can't. We don't have it.
It doesn't prevent you.
Jason? No, that was you. I'm sorry. Daryl, followed by Kyle. Kyle Hogue. Go ahead, Daryl.
Hi, I'm Dr. Daryl George. I run practice down in Roseburg. I approve a lot of medical marijuana patients and have a lot of concerns. I'm just going to cover a few here. I'm going to be emailing you the rest. But we talked about the electronic application, and then following up, it's supposed to be a map, the fingerprint card, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that an abbreviated electronic app followed with a paper app that includes the rest, that is sent certified mail, just like the patients send their OMP forms, is proof, at least in that interim, that they are in that process. So I think that's something that should be considered. You also have in there about the facilities receiving violation notices. And there's been the issue of confidentiality too of these facilities. I think that should be public record for the patients to be able to find them. And I think any facility that gets a violation notice should be public record too. Just like a physician who's been disciplined or have a problem, or pharmacies, those things are public record. Okay? As a potential PRF myself, to help my patients myself, you have all this burden on the PRF, that's one thing, and I'm hearing a lot of concerns about the employees. Myself, every one of my employees is going to be bonded. That means they have to pass a criminal, civil, and financial background check. That's a done deal. I mean, I don't know what's so hard about that. If anybody can't be bonded, maybe they shouldn't be working there. And then the point I brought up earlier too, you talked about public safety. If there are bad meds, they've been tested, they need to be destroyed. You don't put them back out in public. Because these growers or whoever has the bad meds is going to find some naive patient or someone else and take advantage of them. Destroy the meds if they're bad.
Thank you.
Can I have a quick question, Doc? I thought I heard you say that you were going to be the doctor giving the recommendations for the medical marijuana and running one of these facilities too?
I plan on opening up a separate facility.
You don't see any conflict of interest with that?
No.
Wow. I mean, that reminds me of the Florida Pain Clinic, where doctors open up clinics and also own the pharmacy right next to it.
I don't go finding the patients, they come to me.
Well, I understand.
Okay? And I'm just making a recommendation and then providing them access to.
I understand.
Okay?
That just
because too many other facilities are, gouging the price on the patients.
I just think that's a total conflict of interest, Doctor, with all due respect.
Nothing in the law.
I understand.
Okay, Kyle, followed by James Vermeer.
I got two comments. One is on concentrations. Sanjay Gupta just put out a documentary on weed, and without concentrates, Charlotte's not going to get her medicine. So I think that's just crazy because everything's concentrates. You're not putting sugar cane in your bowl of cereal. It's a form of progress to extract. I like to use the word extract what you need and leave behind what you don't. And the other issue I have is I have been a patient and a grower of my own stuff for many years now, and I've never took on any people that I grew for because of expectations, and disappointment causes big battles. And the same with this consignment at the dispensaries is really a heavy scene. I've worked with these people and it's just a nightmare because they're getting everything for free and then you got to rely on them to pay them. So the one thing I hope that comes into play here is I would like to see grower to patient transfer forms, just like in Alaska. You can have fish tickets to sell commercial fish to the customers instead of going through the cannery that gouges everybody. And I have family and friends that have cards, and they would like to be able to get their medicine through me, who they trust. Just like if you had a farmer you trust, you'd like to go get your stuff through him, because trust is everything. Dispensary doesn't mean trust. And so I would like to see that there is a transfer form from grower to different patients that may be his family members or friends that trust him, just like there are fish tickets in Alaska to sell seafood to the customer, so you don't have to go through the cannery. And so then the patients can come to me, who they trust, and get this product, and I can still fill out all the forms to make it legal, so they don't have to go to these dispensaries, because the dispensaries, I've dealt with them, they don't want to deal with me. If I tell them I just want cash for my product, forget it, we get free stuff. And then you got to call them 4 or 5 times, and I believe that promise pay causes expectations, disappointment, and disputes.
Great, thank you. James Vermeer, followed by Cheryl Smith.
Yes, I'll also back up Kyle's last comments. My name is Jim Vermeer, by the way. Many existing facilities have already indicated to me that they will not be accepting new transfers, and many more facilities transfer what they and their associates grow and produce. They won't need my products. I think it is unfair and unrealistic to relegate the grower to do business with these facilities in order to recover the reasonable and customary amount for his business. To accomplish access to safe medicines, patients should be permitted to have transfer agreements between each other like they already do for reimbursement, creating a huge tax base as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle and James. I hear you, and I understand what you're saying. It's one of those things, unfortunately, that you're going to have to talk to a legislative process, because
So
right
is
now...
it at a rule now that the only place you can get your medicine is from the dispensaries? They can't come to the farmer and get it from me and I write a transfer?
They can, if you have a relationship with the patient as the grower, he can get it directly, he or she can get it directly from you. You are not required to use a dispensary.
It's just a reimbursement that's different.
Well, I'm talking about as far as my concern is I don't sign these people up, but they're friends and family of mine, and they say, Kyle, you got healthy medicine here, and I'd like to get some, and I'd like to be able to fill out a transfer and pay taxes on it.
You're going to need to change the law to do that.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
So I can't do that then, that's the way
Yeah.
the law reads now, they
Yeah.
have to go to the dispensary and buy it?
Or you are the grower of record for them.
Or you can be reimbursed only for costs of supplies and utilities.
Which is called a monopoly, right?
No, it's just a different.
My name's Cheryl Smith. I'm an attorney, executive director of Compassion Center, director of Compassion in Oregon, and I also am the vice chair of the ACMM. So some of my points, I'll start off with my own point, then I'll go with the ones that are ACMM's points. So the concern that I had that came up regarding the security video discussion was that it was mentioned that security video would be provided to law enforcement on demand for up to 30 days. And that seems a little overstepping to me, that law enforcement could just randomly go get security video. Did I hear that wrong?
No, you did, and that's the way the rules were drafted. I was looking for our law enforcement folks.
Is that right?
Rob, is that normal practice?
The reason and just speaking from experience, law enforcement likes to have that 30-day window, and I even believe the health authority like that 30-day window. If they get complaints, if a fellow facility is operating, and I said, you're operating out, you're selling to people that don't have cards, you're this, and this, and the follow-up is, yeah, I saw it all Friday at 8 p.m., if they come to your facility, there's a specific purpose they're looking for.
Okay, for cause I can understand, but that wasn't the way I understood it. I understood.
No, it's for cause.
Okay,
That's
so
not what
as
he
long as it's
said.
for cause.
Actually, the
That's
draft...
not what he said about the committee report about that.
Yeah,
He said they could, on demand,
Yeah,
they could get it.
hold on. Let me read what it says here in front of us. All video surveillance equipment according must be stored in a locked secure area that is accessible only to the facilities themselves, OHA, state or local law enforcement. It just means the public can't have access to it.
And that's just the integrity of the report is what they're looking for.
But then still, it seems overbroad, accessible to them, so it doesn't say they have to have a reason to obtain it though.
I'm not a lawyer, Cheryl. I get it. I hear you.
All right, that's my point. So I can just move on from that
I don't
one.
think the rule is designed to authorize law enforcement access. It just says these are
The only people that can
Right.
have access to it. Okay. Okay, so ACMM had gone over the second draft and come up with some recommendations, and I'm going to, just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over some of these because some of them had to do with just, drafting grammatical type stuff. The first one on page 3 under application review, prior to acting on the application, the authority may inspect the premises of the proposed facility. We felt that this should be deleted because it will potentially create problems and expense for the applicant, that no inspection should be done until the person is approved. And then in number 4, eliminate the word misleading in line 2. It's too broad, leaving undue discretion to the agency, potentially leading imperfect writers of applications to be punished. Then on page 5, under expiration and renewal of registration, we'd like to have expiration changed to 1 year following the date of notification of application approval. Page 6, required closure. We had some concerns about timelines in this prohibition, for example, and Todd had brought this up too. Let's say it's a nonprofit, they get a new executive director, the old one is summarily has to leave. There's nothing in there that says that the agency has to act in a timely manner, so they could take time sitting on that, and then the organization has to close down, or the facility has to close down during that time. Page 9 on testing, I think we need clarification that not every plant has to be tested, and I think you're still dealing with that as well. Page 10, operation of registered facilities, eliminate number 2, prohibition of consumption of usable marijuana on the premises. Of course, we had a big discussion of that. I mean, I agree. When I took over Compassion Center, they used cannabis on the premises. We are now a drug-free workplace, and we don't allow that. And I understand the concerns about using in public and that kind of thing. But the facilities I've seen that exist right now actually have a very private area for that sort of thing. And it's not like somebody would just be walking by, look in and see someone use it. But that's something we'll work out. Page 11, labeling. We recommend that you delete this entire section as it goes beyond the intent and language of the statute. Page 12, transfers of medical marijuana. If you were to keep the labeling section, there's a conflict on 5A because it requires that the product be free from mold, mildew, and pesticides, yet the labeling section says what amount of mold, mildew, and pesticides are in it. So we also question whether it's necessary or realistic to have zero tolerance for these items in all forms of marijuana products. It's not always smokable. You know, that's obviously a problem. Then page 14 under violations and enforcement are both on that page. We strongly recommend that you add to each of these areas a section 3 under violations and a section 7 under enforcement. There shall be no criminal penalties or forfeiture of assets for violations of these rules. Just to really clarify that we're talking about civil penalties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Cheryl. Appreciate that. I'm sorry, I've lost my page. Who did I call over next? Oh, that's because we're on a new page. That's why. Matt Wallstatter, followed by Jeremy Quitt.
Hi, I have a couple of comments. One is related to testing. I am aware of 3 labs that are operating in the state. I'm sure there may be others, but I'm wondering if anyone has looked into whether there's actually the capacity starting March 1st for the existing labs to handle the volume of samples that will come from every single facility in the state. And in addition to that, because this committee's hands are tied with regard to lab standards, any new labs that pop up with no proven track record or background or anything are going to be highly suspect, I think. So that's a real concern. That could, bring the entire industry to a halt until it gets caught up. The next comment I have relates to the, I guess you'd call it the intersection between testing and transfers. I'm wondering what happens if a facility pays a grower for a batch of marijuana, and then on testing they find pesticides, mildew, something that makes it not viable commercially. Now that facility either suffers a loss or, at the very best case scenario, maybe is able to get some reduced amount for that marijuana. So I'm wondering, does the risk fall entirely on the facility? How do we do that? What if it's a situation where it's on consignment, and then the grower could be in a position of not getting paid? So I'm just wondering if the committee, or how the committee plans to address that particular matter.
I have no idea. We'll have to think about that one. Thank you.
Hello, I want to thank everybody for their time, effort, and energy in addressing all of the issues and for listening to all of us. I have some concerns specifically on page 10 with HIJ, that the record-keeping provisions should be geared towards the prevention of diversion of the product, and they should not be overly burdensome, complicated, or breach the confidentiality of these businesses. I certainly understand the need to have them, but to have them, as you said, Tom, on the fly when somebody walks in the door, I think might be an unreasonable expectation for individuals running these facilities.
Thanks, Chief.
I feel that in those comments also that the cost of doing business might not be what it is that determines the transfer rate. of the medicine, but there are other market clearing mechanisms that better reflect transfer rates, and I'm not sure just a demonstration of cost of doing business gets at that issue. Again, it seems like the concern is to prevent diversion and not to prevent profitability of managing one of these businesses. Also on page 11, M, the top line, that all policies and procedures be managed electronically and be presented to the authority seems also maybe a little bit unreasonable and an unusual burden placed on these businesses because they're dealing with a stigmatized and previously criminalized product. So to me, that indicates that maybe the employee manual, operations manuals, and things of that nature should be maintained electronically and presented on demand. Might be an unusual request in some of the policies and procedures. Training documents, employee development plans might be considered intellectual property of the business and might be not appropriate to deliver to the state on demand, again, because that isn't what gets at prevention of diversion. So I'd like some clarity on point M, all policies and procedures. And then finally, I'd like the state to consider some residency requirements that includes duration of residency in the state. I think the state of Washington and Colorado have some residency requirements that require that people be residents of those states for 1 year or a period, so that there isn't a flow of out-of-state individuals or investors setting up businesses as PRFs. So thank you.
I'm sorry.
You have a furrowed brow.
You threw me, the residency question threw me. I've got to write myself a note. Sorry, I don't have an answer for you, but it's just a very good point. Very good point. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Eric Hohengartner, followed by Sarah Bennett.
Hi there, my name is Eric Hohengartner. Thank you all for giving your time, efforts, ushering in this new bill in Oregon. This is something that came up, I wasn't going to speak to this, but it's come up just in the comment period. It seems there's been several lobbies for getting a testing standard, a legitimate testing standard, backed by real science. I've heard you say a couple times that the law prevents you from doing that, and I'm not reading that in here. In fact, to the contrary, it says the testing must comport with the rules adopted by the authority relating to testing. So it seems like it's giving you the leeway to create the standard. It's not prohibiting you in any way from making the testing more rigorous.
The testing words in here may or may not be where we end up. The whole testing question is really something that we're wrestling with. So treat this as a placeholder. What's here is not what will be the final rule. So okay. if you could sort of...
But it certainly seems the law is not preventing you from making the standard more rigorous.
I think what you're maybe confusing is, I'm in agreement with the Department of Justice on this. I think we can establish the standard. We can't regulate the testing facility. 3460 was not drafted in a manner that allows us to develop rules.
There's simple language, and I-502, the WLCB has adopted it, and so has Colorado. There's simple language that you can put into the rules that do invariably regulate, that do qualify the lab.
Okay, we're looking at both Colorado and Washington for advice on this. So the whole testing question is still...
Okay, that's a tough one. They're going to continue to struggle with, I'm sure. Let me back up. And I apologize if this is in place and I don't know about it already. Is there a way for the constituents and the people interested in the emerging industry to offer these comments to you all
Yeah,
in writing?
There's a webpage.
There is a webpage. And do you guys have a listserv going with the group mail also?
Yep, you put it on the webpage and we all get it.
My apologies. So
Yeah,
all these
that's
things
it.
that we're here to do today, we could also be doing.
Absolutely, that would be
Okay.
real helpful if you've got a long list.
Real quick then, page 11, transfers, just want to make a comment. It seems like the whole notion of this document that the patient is responsible for generating and signing can be grossly simplified by, the patient shouldn't need to identify the location. If the patient authorizes his grower or his caregiver to take the excess medicine, that should be sufficient. Then lastly, page 3, the fees. I think to look at what has happened and transpired in the other states that have gone through this process, we got plenty of them to look at this point. The notion that there's going to be 200 applications on March 1st, that's very, very nearsighted. It's going to be a lot more than that. And then you guys get to decide, do we use the fee as a screening process to raise the bar, raise the barrier to entry, and have this thing flush with money at all times and not struggling to meet budget? I recommend you do. It's simple to use the fee to screen it for financial solvency, for professionalism, keep the fee high, and expect the number of applications to be high, and use the surplus appropriately. 200 is too low. Lastly, with the application process, there was some talk about not-for-profits then getting special reduction in the fees that you do come up with. And are you, by creating that language, then saying that everyone else is for-profit? There's a major conflict there. And isn't the spirit of this entire program to stay within the OMP program of reimbursement? Are you saying that some people are not for profit and others are for profit? Be very careful there. Does that just boil down to an IRS designation? So if I create the entity and register with the Secretary of State as a nonprofit, I can then not pay the fees?
Well, I don't think anybody was suggesting not paying the fees. The conversation was, if you are a nonprofit and willing to provide compassionate care, can you get a reduced fee?
Isn't that what every single one
The term
is
compassionate
supposed to
care
be
to
doing?
me is a reduced price to those people who can't afford it.
I understand the argument, but you're setting an interesting precedent by putting that into writing. And lastly, the application process. There is precedent in the state for certain things that have limited quantities. First come, first serve. It's always mayhem. It happens online. Everyone is trying to do it at 12:01 a.m. And you know what? I don't see any other fair way to do that. And yet there are going to be people that have been doing this for 5 years illegally. I hate to say it, quasi-legally. And there's going to be others that have been waiting to do it within the bounds of the system. There is no way that you guys can equitably decide other than just set the stopwatch and everyone go.
Thanks, Sarah. Followed by Andrea Adams.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sarah Bennett with Human Collective. I just will make this very quick because I know we all have lives. In regard to the authorization form versus agreement transfer between patient and grower, the authorization form during the drafting of 3460, I was expecting the intent to possibly be an added line on the OMAP application, change request, or renewal form that at that time the patient authorized their grower to bring their excess to a facility. And just keeping it very simple. So it happens at the time that they send the paperwork to the OMAP office. That was very simple.
To any facility or a specific facility?
Any facility, because the patient is getting their medicine from their grower. So why do they have to, pinpoint one specific facility? Why can it not just be statewide? If that patient is going to revoke it, they're going to revoke it.
okay? So there's that. But in regards to the agreement itself, I foresee that the patient and grower, the patient will say unlimited amount of marijuana for an indefinite amount of time, and I really don't care what the costs are because I'm getting my medicine for free, so that's not applicable on those agreements. So I'm not sure what that is really going to help. I mean, patients and growers have their own personal relationships as it is, and forcing these varying agreements, I'm not sure how this is going to be policed. For that matter, will the OHA intervene if there is a breach of these contracts? Will law enforcement actually assist the patient or the grower depending on what the dispute is? Those are just things to think about. So,
Thanks. Andrea, Nell Barniskis.
Hi, my name is Andrea Adams, and I just have a really brief point that actually hasn't been brought up yet as far as I've heard, and it's relating to transfers, and I'm sorry for Amy for the really difficult job that she has relating to this. However, the issue that I wanted to address is I would like the committee to consider specifically allowing facility-to-facility transfers. I believe that there's a number of reasons for this. The one that I would like to talk about is in the event of facilities closing. So if I have to close my facility and I have 15 pounds of dried usable marijuana and 100 individual edibles, it makes the most sense that another facility would be able to reimburse me for that to help with the cost of closing, and then also keep the chain of custody of that medicine trackable and going to patients.
Unfortunately, the law doesn't let us do that. The law says it has to go back to the patient. So, I mean, I get it, put that on your tick list for a change, but that's why, I mean, we have lots of discussions around this because we all recognize exactly what you laid out. And we'd love to try and find a way to shoehorn it, but we can't.
Okay.
In that case, I was going to put point 2, so.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks for your effort.
I would love to, yeah,
Not a
we
problem.
get that, we understand that, but the law says that it goes back to the patient. The patient can turn around and give it to new facilities, but facility to facility is just not right. Where am I? Christine Totten. Christopher Club. Christopher? Oh, Club Pitbull, okay. Oh, that's the organization, sorry.
I was also going to talk about the facility to transfer, but to move on to another issue for the testing. I think that one really easy option with not knowing exactly how the testing is going to play out, that if we're requiring that it is tested, to maybe just have an easy option to make that information available to the patients regardless of what it is, because there are so many ups and downs. If you're inhaling it, ingesting it, or using it topically, then different levels of mold, pesticides, and mildew will come into play, and not knowing whether or not that's even going to have long-term effects and what those effects will be and when they'll start to take effect. And, you know, I think not all the unknowns, the easiest way would be to just give that information to the patients and let them make the choices for themselves. And so if you have tested the medicine and it's got this percentage of mold in it or not, you know, give that information and then let them use it. It will also eliminate the idea of, oh, it's bad, this is the bad medicine, so now do we have to destroy it? Or, you know, it would allow that avenue to be opened up to use it in a way that would benefit the patient still and not just destroy the medicine that was usable. So,
thank you.
And I'll just pick up where she left off. My name's Chris. I'm the longest continually operating dispensary, if you want to call it that, in Oregon. One of the things that I see is right now, like if you take all the medicine that I have just on my shelf, we got about 40 different kinds. So if you take, you know, $100 per each test, we're talking $4,000 a week to possibly, let's say, a month it'll last me. You know, I could pay for a, you know, testing machine was $12,000 for one from, you know, HP, which is pretty reputable. Everything tests pop out the same as every other equipment. I don't see why the facilities can't take on that cost themselves to save money in the long term. You know, be able to save money for sure. Also, a grandfather clause, we wouldn't have this meeting today if what we were doing was illegal. It's in a gray area. So the people who have been operating and done it professionally for 3+ years should have a chance to be able to secure the location they've had the whole time. Say like, you know, my lease goes another 1.5 years, something like that. So that needs to be taken into consideration on how people are going to be able to adjust. You know, closing time, patients can't go without medicine. You know, that's going to be, you know, some very unhappy people. But back to the thing is, this isn't that profitable. If you look at the format that we have to be under in the Oregon state law as it is, it's not a profit-making thing. So if you have $10,000, $20,000 to start a club, I mean, a lot of us are going to be pushed out. I've been around a long time, and $4,000, $2,000, $6,000, that's still tough. You know, I don't get paid half the year. I make sure my employees get paid first. Unlike other clubs, I don't have volunteers. I pay for every employee. You know, every tax is taken care of. So you can't expect someone just to come up with an exorbitant amount of money, especially in a market like Salem, let's say compared to Portland. People in Portland are going to be able to afford $6,000, no problem. Salem, $2,000 will be pushing it. So, I mean, even a sliding scale, depending on, you know, the market you're in or anything, would be a lot more accommodating to the people who are trying to come up with that money to pay this fee. And as far as the growers, I didn't hear anything mentioned on this time, but last time there was talk of police being able to go in and inspect their garden. And
No, we have, this bill has no authority over growers.
so the growers won't be,
The growers will
it's
do
just gonna have to
whatever the
sign
growers want to
the
do.
paper? Okay. All right, well, that's it.
Sorry.
No, that's all good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lee Envol. We're down to 4, unless I missed somebody, which I don't guarantee I haven't. Followed by Dan Chandler.
Thank you for allowing me to come up and speak this morning. My question is, and I'd like to ask, is that in the House Bill 3460, number 7 here says, a medical marijuana facility registered under this section may possess usable marijuana and immature marijuana plants in excess of the limits imposed on the registry identification holder, a RIC, and designated primary caregivers under ORS 475.320. How much is that going to be allowed? Are we allowed to have?
There's not a.
So there is no limit. So I could have 100 pounds of marijuana on March 1st.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else agree? Thank you. My other question is that on the background checks, a yearly background check, and what I heard oftentimes was it could take 16 weeks to get one. That puts a person in a real burden to have that background check to be completed in a timely manner. I know as an employer, I can have a background check done probably in a matter of minutes. Now, maybe not as necessarily as in-depth as the one that we're requiring here for us in this industry and as it grows, but maybe in the aftermath of an initial one, maybe a yearly one can be done on a much less invasive or criteria.
Well, the other option is just to put something in rule or process that has you guys start the renewal application 3 months before the expiration. And then meetings to address that. So
True.
I heard that. That was a shock to me, whoever mentioned that. I thought you push a button, you get an answer immediately, but apparently
Right,
it's not.
apparently it doesn't work that way, and I appreciate that. One of the things, just like to say that we talked a lot about testing today, and some of the ideas that I have heard out and about is that a grower brings a medicine into a facility, the facility quarantines it, they send out, get testing done. When the testing is completed, they can remove that stock out of quarantine, place it out onto the shelves, and then start dispensing it. The grower then comes back and gets the reimbursement. So I know other people have heard about that, but that sounds like a very reasonable way to maybe conduct testing. That's all I'd like to say today. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make it brief. I know everybody is anxious to get out of here. I appreciate everybody's time, and I think I would like to go back to what I observed from my experience with 3460 is what the intent was. The intent was to benefit patients by protecting safe access centers and allowing them to be able to do business in a practical, normal way. And I think what we have to be very conscientious and cautious here is a lot of the theories and discussions that we are going to be having ultimately are going to boil down to practices that PRFs are going to be responsible to follow to the point where they are personally liable and culpable for ultimately what we decide here. And so I think there are certain moments, and I'm curious, and I think this is just the observation of the audience, and I understand that there's lots of reasons why this is applicable, but it seems like we're being very selective on when 3460 is applicable to an issue and when it isn't. I mean, the labeling, for example, isn't in the bill, but it's something practical that we all think can be handled possibly. Then there's other aspects that, well, that's not within the scope of 3460, but I think it is in the scope of the pragmatic application of the law and the rules that we're discussing. I just have, in that line, a few things I'd like to point out. I think the reimbursement limits that we're talking about and imposing that are contrary or in conflict with the Oregon Medical Marijuana Act are not within the scope of 3460. To be able to tell a medical marijuana facility owner that they don't have the opportunity, or not an owner, but somebody within the process of the Safe Access Center, that they can't do a transfer of medicine that a grower or a caregiver can, I think is outside of the scope of 3460. And I think we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater in many of these situations by saying, well, there's possible for abuse, so we're going to cut those options off. I think it's very, very within just standard business practices for a medical marijuana facility to look down and, hey, this guy's been in here Tuesday, he's been in here Wednesday, he's been in here Friday, each time he comes in, he's grabbing a pound and a half of usable medicine. That's on me, just like it would be a bar owner or a bartender. But I've also noted in like Mr. Olson's recommendations that he would like to cap the limit of concentrates available to patients. And again, I think that's so far out of the scope of 3460 that it amazes me that we would hamper patients' access to medicine by implementing 3460. If I have a patient who travels 100 miles and needs RSO, many of the RSO doses come in at a 3.5 gram vial. According to Mr. Olson, that would be illegal for me to transfer to a patient at that time. In many rural situations, we have, and I'm assuming this is going to change once rural communities have safe access centers, but currently we have people who travel to Multnomah County from as far away as Ontario. So for them to make their 3-month trip, for me to look at them and say, well, here's your 1 ounce of flour and 2 grams of concentrated medicine, I don't think that's pragmatic, practical, or in the best interest of either the patients or the safe access facilities. On that note, I think we have to be very conscientious of application fees. If they're capricious and arbitrary, our whole goal with 3460 was to make law enforcement's job easier by making it so safe access centers would be the primary source for patients to get their medicine outside of their grower, rather than diversion and having to rely on what is considered a gray market. If you have an exorbitant application fee, you're going to have less medical marijuana facilities and more people doing gray market transactions. To Amy's point, she referenced not only Massachusetts. Massachusetts has a $50,000 application fee. They also have a cap of X amount of facilities they can open. And anybody who's observed that situation will tell you there's a reason why there's a $50,000 application fee. Because people with a lot of money lobbied to put that in there so they could have a market dominance or a monopoly. The other reference that she made was Colorado's. Colorado has tiers of application depending on how many patients that you provide for. They also have a vertically integrated model that requires far more observation and essentially oversight than our model, and so I don't think those are applicable either. I think that the $2,000 with an additional $1,000 probably non-refundable application fee is reasonable. It's not a gouge, and I really would like to say implementing high application fees to prevent outside or what's the best way to say it? People who don't have enough money to get in this business, I think is contrary to what we're trying to do here. Let me skip ahead because I know there's also a lot of times, but as far as pragmatic issues are concerned as well, is we really need to consider license delays. and how that's going to be solved. If come March 1st, certain people...
We've heard that from 2 or 3 people, and it's something we're going to have to address, and we know it.
And then the other issue is inspections and having them be complaint-based, I think is very, very non-pragmatic or practical. What you guys don't see, maybe some of you see, is not everybody in this community gets along, and Shop A is really upset that Shop B opened recently.
I don't see inspections as being on complaint. We'll do annual inspections.
In the draft rules, it mentions that investigations can be triggered by complaints.
We will do a normal process, and then, obviously if there's a complaint, as with any professional in this state, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, or whatever, if a complaint is filed against you, the board goes and investigates you. And I recognize that some complaints are filed because somebody's got an axe to grind, and that's found in the review of the case. So I don't know how to solve that problem. We as the health authority, will be doing annual inspections of the.
And the other point I'd like to make is currently, as the draft rules are stated, and somebody else brought this up, entry would be prevented to anybody who doesn't have an Oregon medical marijuana card in one of the various roles. I believe Anthony brought up that there are lobbies and other places available at these locations, because we see a lot of patients who have somebody drive them in who doesn't have the medical marijuana card. So I'd really like us to look into that. And then the use on site, we personally don't allow use on site at our facility. However, I think the Section 8 is a very, very good thing to look into. We keep referring back to pharmacies and say, well, you can't use your Loratab in line of the pharmacy. Well, there's also no federal law preventing you from using your Loratab in your home. And according to Section 8, housing issues, a lot of these patients don't have the opportunity to medicate in their home, and a safe place for them to be able to do that, I think it would be something to look into. Thank you for your time.
Okay, great, thank you. Daniel Chandler? That was you. All right, Sean Annan, followed by Deanna Lee.
My thanks, I'll be quick. My name is Sean Amon. I'm the husband of a PRF of an MMF here in Oregon. I'm concerned that my wife, in the process of being compliant with the OHA, is hands down building the case of racketeering for federal prosecution. And if you folks are here to help protect the dispensary owners, the patients, then we should have some discussion about maybe a percentage of our piggy bank that we're building here being set aside for Amy's law firm to defend my wife against federal prosecution if, in fact, she's compliant with the OHA. This is kind of a big deal. And on the topic of application process and the annual license, I suggest we do a 2-step program at a $1,000 application fee, and using California, Colorado, Washington as a model, you're going to hit your $400,000 in the first month with the application fees alone. Although project 80% of these apps will get approval, then do a formula to get your money that you need, plus the surplus money Amy wanted, plus the attorney defense fund my wife wants. Thank you guys very much. I've never been this excited about politics.
I just had a brief comment. I've been an Oregon resident all of my life, but I spent the last year looking at Washington state statutes concerning these issues. And almost every issue I've heard today has been addressed in Washington and is working well. So I just am wondering why you're not looking at that as a model for you today.
We have the statutes in front of us. We have been combing them and have found various, and rules in front of us, and have found things we like and things we don't like. Part of it is our law is different than their law.
Absolutely.
And so we have to follow our law. But yeah, on a lot of things, testing being the biggest one, they have a lot of good stuff in it.
They've simplified everything, and you guys are going it down a platform that is extremely complicated, and simplicity is easiest for all.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody. Did I miss somebody?
Yeah.
No, okay, come up. I'm sorry. Maybe there's another piece of paper, but all right, so skip over it.
My name is Leland Berger. I'm a lawyer. I've been practicing for 30 years, the last 17 or 18 years focusing my practice on representing patients and their providers. In the interest of full disclosure, I currently represent two people associated with facilities, one in Hillsborough and one in Medford, who are under indictment, and I also represent a business in Medford and a business in Phoenix that's dealing with City Hall about a business license requirement that you comply with federal law to be able to get a business license. There was some discussion earlier about that it's a land use issue. It's not a land use issue, it's a preemption issue. And the preemption issue, insofar as the legal cities is concerned, Jeff, is that this is how you can opt out, is by doing this. I don't know what legislative council thinks, but I do know that's what the League of Cities thinks. I do have a process suggestion. I'm more of a visual person, and I heard Gary speak about the security issues, and I was able, because I had signed up, I received an email with the second draft of the proposed rules, but I heard him say that on request, PRFs are required to turn over video to law enforcement. And while I understand what Rob's saying about all it means is that they have access, they have so abused that access as to the release of confidential information about patients, which is permitted only to verify when as a matter of practice, what they're doing is in any kind of a car stop, they're punching that in and trying to do that. I'm concerned
Lee, I
that
didn't see anything in what Gary drafted up or in any of the rules that requires a PRF to turn over videos to law enforcement. I missed that.
I'm sharing that's what he said, and that maybe I'm a loss because I don't see it.
He probably didn't say it right, but that's not what he wrote.
Right, but the fact that it can only be disclosed to them causes me concern, frankly, about law enforcement abuse, the same way there's been law enforcement abuse about access to the existing databases. And I don't think PRFs, waive their Fourth Amendment and Article 1, Section 9 rights just by signing up. I agree with what I thought Sarah was saying. I don't understand why, if I'm a patient, and Todd's my grower, I can't authorize Todd to distribute all my access to any facility he thinks is appropriate. And Amy shared with me about the glitch in the statute that requires the patient to designate the facility, but I don't think that's not a non-delegable thing. The patient could delegate that to the grower, I think. I also, while I applaud Paul Loney's suggestion about the patient ought to be provided free medicine, I think what needs to happen is, my practice is transforming as we're moving forward towards legalization from doing criminal defense to advising businesses. And I've been approached, for example, by growers who want to incorporate and be able to have a cooperative garden where they're distributing the collective excess. It would be easier if they owned the medicine, and they don't. And the patient can't, so there's two ways legislatively I think that could be fixed. And I do
don't
think
have any legislative authority.
No, but
I
what
need
you
to
do
focus
have-
on the rules in front of us, and I got to give you about 30 more seconds because some of us, I've got one more person who's come up, and I can't fix a legislative process.
Right, I'm encouraging the committee to recommend to the OHA that they recommend to the legislature that patients be allowed to be fully reimbursed by their growers for the excess that they're distributing, so that the patients get a cut. I also think that reimbursement includes profit. I was shocked to hear that this committee thinks that it doesn't.
That's not what the law says.
The law says fully reimbursed. It doesn't say not including profit. Concerning labeling and safety, in the Bay Area, they self-regulated. There was a safety committee. There were rules that they promulgated. I encourage you to look at that. I encourage that on the edible products that the labeling include a recommended dosage. I think the way you can do that is by requiring the PRF to not distribute to patients or their caregivers edibles that don't include that. I think you can require employees to have food handling licenses. I think that's a good idea. I think the OHA budget is a 3-month surplus ever since the legislature took $1 million and reapplied it. I think the new school moving in, I think that issue is, certainly it's an open issue in this case in Medford, and I agree with the concept that it becomes a problem for re-registration, but it doesn't automatically void your license. I think the out-of-state limitation is unconstitutional under State versus Behringer. Behringer is the case that made it so that people from out of state can register in state. It denies a privilege to people out of state unconstitutionally. I think on the minor issue, somebody accompanying the minor, the way that it's drafted in the Medical Marijuana Act is that for a minor to be able to get a registry identification card, it's the person responsible for medical decisions. I think that's a better wording than parent or guardian. I think the violations, I heard Shannon say that the violations are only for if this is happening on site. That's not what it says in the rule. That needs to be clarified. I think delivery services are legal, and I don't think it needs regulation. I don't think there's anything that would prohibit a PRF from delivering medicine to patients under current law, and I don't think it requires any regulation. I think the way that you can regulate testing is by requiring the PRFs to have their medicine tested only at testing facilities that boom, 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 boom. I think that's how you can do it. There's the other problem with 360 is that there's no farmer's market. Somebody brought that up, and it gets back to the point the woman who said you weren't a patient. I don't know whether you're a patient or not, Tom, but the way that patients learn what strain works best for them is by testing different medicines. There's nothing illegal with having a lounge where patients are able to use out of, and I understand the policy reason that Rob and others have articulated about why you might not want to have that there. But I think that's outside the scope of the authority of this committee, and I certainly would challenge it if that winds up a final rule. And there isn't any reason why a patient can't direct an inter-facility transfer, like Andrea spoke about. The patient would direct the grower to distribute to any facility, and in that directive, permit the facility to transfer not to another facility. There's nothing improper about that. The patient's right to decide which facility to go to is delegable, can be delegated. And that's, I think, the solution to that. And it might be appropriate to include that in the rules, frankly, to resolve the problem. I hope that was of some help to you.
I appreciate that.
And very last thing. One way to learn more about things that, like we were talking about, the need to test different strains, is that there's a national clinical conference for physicians and nurses, National Clinical Conference on Cannabis Therapeutics. It's put out by a group called Patients Out of Time from Charlottesville, Virginia, and I'm thrilled to tell you that the next one is going to be in May 7th, 8th, and 9th in Portland. The very last question I have, though, is, did I understand you to say that when applications are filed on March 1st, people can expect that they won't be ruled on until like May or June 1st because of the delay for the background checks?
The background check delay was a surprise to me, and I don't have an answer for you.
But I'm just asking if that's what I heard. I heard that it could take as long as 3 months. Do you have an indication about how long that's?
The first time I knew there was a delay in the background check was today, so I can't answer the question.
Okay. The reason I asked the question is because at the bullying of the Malheur County District Attorney, the legislature took out the provision that would have permitted people to be protected from arrest and prosecution while the application was pending. So I just need to know what to be able to advise people. It sounds like they need to apply by March 1st, but not expect to be able to open until June or so. So it's a sad state of affairs, and I appreciate that you just learned about it like me today, but I just want to make sure I understood that right.
And I don't have an answer for you.
Thank you, sir.
Pete, I'm sorry.
PK from Mercy Center. I get the camera, I get to broadcast these meetings on channel 23 Comcast, and we get it on YouTube as well. I'm glad that we're doing something for safe access for the patients. I'm a patient, I'm a grower, I'm a cancer survivor. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Thank you to all. We appreciate it. We appreciate your time. Watch the webpage. The next meeting will be announced there. The proposed draft rules will be out a good couple weeks before the next meeting so that we can focus on those specifically.
Sure, who wrote this bill?
I thought it was you.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
You want to say anything before I turn it off, Glenn?
Yes, good night.
Good night. God bless you all, every single one of you.